this whole thing again, yep. Might as well, probably. I don't see why not. Like, I could possibly go wrong. What could possibly go wrong? No idea, no clue, none. None? Mm-mm. I'm gonna type this. I'm gonna type all the things. Bring us energy. There we go. There we go. Actually, ring of energy does in fact refer to donut. I have some donut. I'm good. I have to eat my rings of energy. Or finish eating them. Alright, nom nom. And the evil rings. The evil delicious rings. Ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have completed my pre-stream. 8 rings of energy. Run about. Do all the things. 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 Misaka is late, dial. Why am I so late? Why am I so awake? Awake late? We are so awake late. The Misaka is become sadness. Because lateness. Clearly. Anyways. Wait, is there an anyways? Oh no, maybe I think anyways. I think evil. I think the 3.5 hours of sleep that I got the other day caught up to me today. So, yeah. I slept some extra. Quite a bit. No small quantity of hours have been slept. Quite almost impressive. And the question is, do I start up the 3D Mesaka today? Do I even? Yeah, we'll probably do that. Get some of that 4D Mesaka. Some of that 4-dimensional Mesaka. Yep, sure. Clearly. Yeah. Sounds like an idea. Yeah. Almost. This is actually an idea. I feel like this isn't an idea. Maybe it is an idea. I don't know. Some of those? It's just a colonoscopy. The colonoscopy. Underscore. Can't forget the underscore. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Wait, window that I need to click on to do this, that, and the other. Just the egoist. Hello. Welcome. You don't appreciate the underscore. Well, you could replace it with something. Like the word underscore. Or you could use numbers. Or you could use XVX. Colonoscopy XVX. Are we doing this? We're not doing this. Maybe we're not doing that. Is it really that worse? Is it really though? It's probably fine. Yeah. Wait, who said four-dimensional Mesaka? Oh no! Oh no.
We're becoming less scrambled. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no.
Yeah, yeah. I think that is too much of whatever that is. Clearly. I feel like I could do some very amusing things with all that. I don't know what. I woke up and I ate a bunch of sugar. Yep, Yep, this is what happens when we get up and eat a bunch of sugar. Yep, We got the highest quality maisaka right there. Brain empty. Brain empty. My brain is kind of empty. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's full of bad apple. Oops, that's the wrong button. Oh well. I must spawn the Maxwell. And what if I just crammed all of the overlay components into one big giant glob of a window? That's an idea. There's too much CPU. Turned everything on at the same time. Also, Mesaka. Those two things run on completely and totally different systems. End of reality. Yes, we love breaking everything. All the silly effects, they run on the stream encoder PC. But the duck game won't. We tried this. At least I don't think it will work. Something Steam, something end of life, something Windows 7-ish. Otherwise, I would totally do that. I'd totally run that on the same machine. Also, Mesaka. Questioning why Sway is using 100% software rendering for everything. Well, that's why my CPU doesn't work good under Sway. Something software. We swayed too close to the sun or some such. Wait, who did stretch break at the beginning of the stream? What trickery is this? What untold trickery is this? So where the heck is my playlist thingy? Can we just, let's move this up here. And then put that up there. Oh, we have to go up more. So many things in this playlist. So many things. And instead of picking like a desktop that's not Sway, I'm like, I'm gonna daily drive Sway, but then I'm gonna write my own desktop, because reasons. Reasons. Anyways, now that we've done that silliness, it might be time for the stretch break. The early stream stretch break, because of course it is. Yeah, clearly, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because that's fun. Because that's always fun. I am become shrimp. Shrimp Saga. You know, I think we're just gonna use this window. This view. Stretch? I think I called it stretch. Stretch break? It's called stretch break? Maybe? I don't know if I implemented that one again or not. Stretching protocol initiated. That one. Yeah, that one. We're not bending the stretch. The stretch break is that one's pre-recorded. Clearly. That's the slight downside of using pre-recorded things. Like, how would you know if I said it or not? In the live. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Actually, wait, no. Do we have a title window for stretch? Stretch break. The here? No. The here? No. 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 Never mind. Never mind. I'm not always a fan of stretching. Nope. Yeah. Yeah. Especially like first. Well, not first. Especially not early in the day. It's a little bit ache. It's just a little bit. It's just a wee little bit. Yeah. You just keep redeeming the hydrates. I have two different hydrate things in my redemption queue. What am I supposed to do with this? I can only drink so much water at one time. Alright, playlist. Stop being. Whatever. Hydrate again. And again. Maybe a third time. Well, maybe I will. Maybe I will do one thing and then the other thing and then the other thing. Hello and welcome to the J Descent. Hi. Empty. So empty. Too much empty. But we have summoned forth the Maxwell. Because raisins. Raisins? Because raisins? Clearly? Or maybe that's not very clearly. Anyways. Anyways, M. The M. Too many M. Somebody's raising these nuts. I can't even. He's been poisoned. We will have to suck out the poison. That's how you suck out the poison, right? Right? Clearly. Expedition 33. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Like most things. Like most things. I have not heard of it. Are we going like full alpha, beta, gamma? Eek. I feel like when you layer the gamma on top of the alpha beta combination, it's like not as much of a difference. Don't know why. I may have to tweak the prism parameters a little bit. Maybe. A hidden fourth mode. Maybe. Maybe. Hidden fourth mode. Somebody doesn't like fourth. I'm not a huge fan of fourth. So what am I doing today? We're doing Gizmo, so I want this window. Doing Wave? Wave 2. Again. Yeah. Yeah. The Wave. Wave 2. Wave 2 is the CPU. A wave to Mesaka. Clearly. It is the virtual CPU that we use for this weird triangle throwing stream gizmo thing. Very highly important. Very highly important. Because on the previous stream, we added some more instructions to like the instruction sets, and then we added some more specs or more instructions to the instruction set. And then we also changed how the protocol works a little bit. So I added a new protocol mode last time called ident. Which includes a new chat command called ident. But we didn't get to finish this. So, supposedly, you can run it and then it will do nothing. But we want it to actually do something. Obviously. if we just made something that did nothing, what would be the fun in that? What would be the fun in that? Absolutely nothing. So this means working on the front end half of it. The graphics. The graphics. The graphics. In my graphics card. My graphics card. Uh-huh. The graphics card. The graphics card. The Drakengard. What am I saying? What am I doing? What am I even doing? The graphics card. The graphics card. We're doing stuff. Yeah, I think we're trying to do stuff. Oh, what kind of stuff here? What kind of stuff here are we doing? We're doing OpenGL stuff. Uh-huh. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And then what kind of OpenGL stuff? We need to make graphics. The graphics, yes. As my rambling, decaying rant has been going on, we need to do the graphics for the ident. We need the ident. So the way the ident is going to work is that it will draw a little box, a little bit of an outline of a box around your triangle. And then I wanted to also put text. I wanted to put the text of the username next to this little box that it draws. You put the box around the triangle. Uh-huh, uh-huh. So we need to know, we need to plan out what the triangle box is. That's not what I meant to open. Nope, we want right. Give me the darkness. Maximum darkness. Maximum darkness. Darkness. So you have the lovely triangle. And then we want to draw a box about the triangle. Like, why there's a bunch of icky ew pixels around it? Very eek. and then we draw some of that text in some sort of font. You know? Clearly. So maybe it look a little something like this, almost. Except not, because the triangle is solid. And the box cannot just be solid. Because that would be the default kind of mode for box. And if we make the box a single pixel wide, I don't think you'd ever be able to find it. So no, when we have box, we actually want to draw the box out of like geometry. Lots of geometry. But you see, the graphics cards, they're only capable of one kind of geometry. Triangles. So they just turn the box into triangles. Get some of those brackets. I mean, either way, we need to be able to draw something that's not a single pixel wide. So like this edge here, this edgy right here, this could be considered to be two really long triangles. This edge here could also be two very long triangles. Very yeah. Big triangle. Big triangle. You cannot control the big triangle. Also, hello and welcome to the R1L37. I feel like I should be reading this elite style, but I'm like, Discard fragments in the shader. I mean, even if we discarded fragments, it'd still be kind of. I still have to figure out how to shape it properly. Minecraft? No, we're not going to be making Minecraft for probably a few months at least, or maybe weeks. I don't know. Like, we could potentially, but then we would need to, like, figure out, I guess, everything between this point, and then after this point, but not that point. Then until this point and that point. Over to this point, but not above this point, unless you go into that point up there, and then that point up. Oh my god. Yes, we would only need a single quad, but then we'd have to figure out the kind of the flavor. The flavor. We'd have to convert this whole thing to something or other. don't know. Maybe shader. Shader discard would be not too bad, I think. Get the wire graph. We get the thickness of the lines. I don't know, maybe. Do we have in here, do we have like line width? Let's just set it to 4. Or maybe 7, maybe 6. I don't know. The I don't know. The ident shape. The ident shape. Let's see, if we give it like the same coordinates as the triangle. The triangle. How the triangle work? Where do you? So we'd have like a coordinate system in the middle? Kind of, sort of, I think. Yeah. And then we have the transformed coordinate system in the middle of that. So we got ourselves, what, the x coordinate? And then we got x coordinate here. And then we got the y. And then this one has a y. The y, the here and the y. Now you can see that my coordinate systems don't line up. Like, at all. The triangle raster? Not really. Because we have to just like text along with each one. So really, we just want to build enough. We want the shape to be big enough so that it doesn't come into contact with the triangle. So the triangle extends to like 12 something. So this is like 12y, and this is like what, minus? No, this one's positive. So you're like plus 12y. And you are minus 12y. Which are probably going to be the most of the extents. The most of the extent. So with the triangle, like this. About how much distance is this? If that's 12, then like, I don't know, half of that would be like 6. Then another half of that would be another 6. And this one would be like 9. And then this one would be, what's it called? 15? So I think the extent we're looking for here, we're going to call this 15, I think. We're going to be like 15 on this edge from the triangle's origin point, wherever that happens to be. I didn't draw these to scale properly. I don't even think the triangle is centered properly. So yeah, we'll try 15, and then what did we say the box is? We're making it 6 pixels thick. It's very chunky. So that'd be like 21. I'm gonna be like halfway in between those. Which is what, 36 over 2? 15 plus 3? 18 and a half? That's a weird number. It's a weird number. No, wait, that's not the halfway point. It's like 18 and a half. Yeah, right. I guess to solve that, we'll just round this one up to, I guess, it can be 16. Yeah. Can be 22. Yeah, yeah. It's be like, what, 30, 38. It might be 2, that's what, 19? So the center point should be like 19. Right there down the middle. Yeah. Best graphing calculator ever. Clearly. Obviously. 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 And then what do we call this one? 6? So that's kind of not quite as thick as we might hope. So would it be 9? I think it'd be like 9. Very trungle. And let's see, I think I made it so that positive y is down. I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, can you just stay on the same stupid layer? So you're actually like minus 19. In the red. Yeah. And you also have to be color. Something like that. Something like that. The Mesaka. Gamma. Not the gamma. You know what happens when you set the Mesaka gamma to negative, right? Something like this happens. Very E. Wait, I think the positive axis is over here. And you are actually the negative x-axis. Yes, okay. So we could start here and just go around clockwise. And I guess we could try doing this line style first. So we start at minus 9x. Minus 19y. Let's see, these other coordinates, these are for texture coordinates. We don't need that on here. And then we want to go out to minus 19x horizontally. And then we want to stay on minus 19x. And then we want to go down positive to 19y. And then we want to go back to the right to 9 on the same y. And then we want another one of these on the other side. So that would start at positive 9 minus 19. And then that would go over to 19. And then that would go down to minus, no, 19. Wait, positive? Yeah, we go down to the positive side, and then we go back over here. Probably. Probably. Let's see, do I use this element array buffer or anything? I don't know. I think we use it for the triangle. Probably. Yeah, what are you? You are 0 to 1. And you are 3, 4, 5, 6. So we use it for the triangle and the box. And then we need ident. Which is probably going to be, let's say it's going to be maybe a line list. A line list. So that would be what, 7, 8? 8, 9? 9, 10. I don't know which ones are which because there are too many. Yeah, and then we want to do 11 to 12, 12 to 13, and 13 to 14, which makes the ident shape, what is it, 6 elements? 6 elements? It's not too bad. And then we need, I think we need another area in the buffer. What are you, 4 different words? Very, too many, Maybe we'll just put that there. Probably. So we want the ident memory. So if we have a ship in ident, I did really not convey what kind of data is stored. Sort of eek. How did I do this? Draw elements instance. I feel like I should keep track of those better. I don't keep track of them. Sort of eek. Numder. Numder. Let's see, this one should increment triangle. And then this one should also increment the ident. And then I guess we could just grab the same values. Maybe? So yeah, we'll just put all these. I think. Extra copy. Or we might be able to just like paste them on the same line. Some very too many So then when we buffer them, should be like number of triangle. Yeah, yeah. And then when we draw the instances, we can draw the number of triangle. I think. Source data length. Oh, not the length. This value here. I feel like we need to establish like what the triangle offset. Still like what? The maybe like try memory size? Maybe? Yeah, sure. So you should be ident memory offset. So we can upload these coordinates. The uncoordinated coordinates. So then to draw this thing, what are you? Count 3. Guess you're an index count. 6, 12? Let's do 12. And they're gonna be lines? The lines? Yeah, I kind of just want to send it. But it might not work properly. Because it's using like the same shader that the triangles would use. You know, maybe that's fine. I don't know. Let's see, what order were these values sent? I suppose I should actually find that out. What are you? Heading? Color? So the last value is color. I guess we always want the ident to be white. And then, did we allocate enough memory? I sort of feel like we might have, but I also don't have any idea. Buffer data, trimem size, cabbage of the McGravel. Hello, hello. It's a very spinny Joel. Ident offset plus, what do we call this? Trimem size. Something like this? So, something like this? Yeah, we're gonna try that one. And the only way that I have to actually make this go, hit reload on it, and it's not rendering any. It's not rendering any. Which probably means one of a couple of different things. A couple of different things. But mainly that I broke it in some way. Oh, time to like dig up the Firefox, I guess. Like a new window. Okay. Get M. Overlay. Info. Debug. Okay, that's not quite anything. What about draw? Should be drawing 27 triangles. But it not. I think looking at this randomly, looking at code that untouched. Yeah, try mem size. It's supposed to be in bytes or something? Or words? I think. Can't be having that. So I could have possibly gotten the offsets wrong. Let's use the same offsets. No, nothing. Why nothing? Why is there nothing? Wait, what? Hmm. So this is at 16,384. So we're doing at 16,3. Like 8,4. There's definitely data in there. Should be copying 27 of these. And it should be rendering something. Right? But it's not rendering anything. Hello, hello, and welcome, welcome to the Kirim. Hmm. Slightly. Hmm. It's not the line width problem, is it? Nope, that didn't do anything. That did nothing. Nope, it's something else that I broke. What did I change here? We changed memory size a little bit. We added a shape. We're drawing a variable number of triangles. And buffering different subsections of memory. Destination byte offset. Uh. 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 So what if we don't do this part? Then I do in fact get triangles. Hmm. Hmm. Can I actually use this for anything? I guess we want to set the destination offset. Which is something like, I don't know, ident mem or some such. I don't know if that's right. I might just need like a different buffer, probably. Because these are vertex attributes. Silly vertex attributes. I'm like, yeah. You're supposed to be like the trimem size times 2. Like you were. And then the catch here is that we need to be able to draw. I don't know. Like almost the same thing. But like in a different place. It's the alas. That's not the refresh button. That's the switch scene button. Nope, clearly. No, I wanted to do VM ident on my Saka, and I wanted to see what would happen. It does something. Yep, it definitely does something. I'm not going to claim that it does the correct kind of something. Not by a long shot. Easy to read. Wait, what? E? How many E? Great, now we've got 2 idents. Double the fun. Double the fun. I'm trying to learn something. My end goal, how my end goal is being achieved by the code? This is, I don't know, a question. The end goal. What is the end goal? And why are we trying to achieve it? What untold mysteries have we unleashed? Either that or this is a very nuanced questioning of like what we're doing here. This is a stream gizmo or a stream. I don't know, you might call it a stream game in a way. The little triangles that float all over the stream, every one of these is controlled by the member of chat who originally summoned it, by a little tiny computer, a little tiny virtual computer. A 16-bit virtual computer with a made-up instruction set architecture. However, as you may or may not notice, there's lots of them. There are so many. So now I have to encounter this problem of like, well, how do you pick which one is which? How do you find your triangle in the sea of triangles? And I think the answer is you don't. Not easily, no. So in order to figure out where the triangles lie within the boxes of the screen coordinates, I decided to draw like little boxes around them using this very handwritten renderer, WebGL type renderer. It sort of does things, not very well. It doesn't do it very well. And by not well, I mean like not at all. So like it does send these so-called signal to the overlay to draw the ident symbol. But I'm realizing that I can't put the ident information into the same buffer that I use for the triangles. Because the OpenGL buffer for the triangles is being used for an attribute thing. And then command to get a triangle is basically just any of the VM commands. Any of them. But if you already have one, which you probably do, then it's not going to do very much. Because you only get one. So the ident thing right now, it's not going to draw properly. Like at all. like at all. I think we also need to set. I think what I did not do is I did not set the offset. So instead of drawing this list down here, it starts like up here by the triangles. So it's drawing the triangle coordinates and some of the box coordinates and like some of the actual coordinates. But the triangle, if you render parts of the box is literally the size of the window. So if we're rendering lines that are using the coordinates for the box, those are literally like, they go out to the edges of the windows. They shoot out really, really far. So we want to get the ray as a feature. I mean, we kind of want to add the ray as a feature, maybe. Also, this line width did not work. Like, not at all. Is there something for the line width? Like enabling it? I don't know if there is. Close in terms. The gadget, the stream gizmo, gets all of its data from a remote service, which has all the users, the viewers. And the data that it gives is like a raw array of like 16-bit values. And it just takes all the values that it gets from the server and it shoves them into buffers, like GPU buffers, and then it tells the GPU to draw them. And so if I get any of the parameters for the drawing incorrect, it kind of doesn't work too well. As you can maybe see. So the offset for the ident value here, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. So when we draw the ident box, there should be an offset. I don't remember what the offset was, if this was in bytes or if it was in elements. I think it's in bytes. I have to double check. Lab GL find texture buffer storage attribute pointer find sampler. Why is that up? What are you? Draw elements instance. An offset in the array buffer. This must be a valid multiple of the size given. Move the triangle. You can move the triangle. There is actually a margin outside of the visible area of the screen. And I was thinking the other day of making the visible area bigger. What did I say it was? 9. So 9? Now I have to multiply that by 4 unsigned ints. The moving the triangle. Well, I mean, you can't really have multiple perspectives if you have multiple triangles. Like you could, I don't know. I was thinking about maybe having a multiple viewport system where you could get a copy of the world from a specific viewpoint. But right now, you can't really do that. There's only a single perspective, and that is the stream itself. Just kind of an absolute that does not work. So what we got? We got VM ident again. This should draw a box around a triangle, not necessarily my triangle. As you can see, it highlighted one of them. One of them. So we want to use a separate set of coordinates. And I can't use the triangles array. It's kind of And I don't think we have object arrays. A viewport. Not the viewport. I mean, the problem here isn't the fact that it's like a canvas or whatever. It's the fact that the canvas gets all the triangles as a data stream from the server. So the server has to calculate all of the triangle coordinates. And if we did that for every single triangle, then I would have to send, for example, right now there's like 27 triangles. So instead of calculating like 27 different coordinates for all the triangles, which is a lot, mind you, I would have to calculate the same 27 coordinates for like each and every individual one of the triangles, which is 729 different coordinates. And then I would have to send all 729 of those parameters to like a bunch of different sockets. Sending the locations and rotations. I mean, it kind of is. It's literally just sending a giant array of 16-bit words with a little bit of like encoding overhead. I think we need another instance. Instance ident buffer. So what do we want here? We want bind this instance ident buffer, and we want to change the attributes, or we want to bind the instance buffer and then change the attributes. So what we do here, you have to bind the instance buffer, bind the instance ident buffer, bind the instance buffer, appoint the attribute index, and then bind the ident buffer, and then rebind the vertex attribute pointer. Very, very separate blocks of the data. So now, if we do Mesaka VM ident, it will point at the Mesaka with the box, kind of, sort of. Not very, I mean, not very well, but it does something this time. So I think the last thing we're going to do here is going to take the orientation and we're going to set that to 0. And now it's very hard to see the triangle. Probably. I don't know. It almost looks like it's a little bit wider. What if we make this number bigger? It does not do anything. I don't think it did anything. I think that's just anti-aliasing being like, oh, the triangle moved a little bit. And to make the line did something. Yeah, so line width. Line width doesn't do anything. I saw it move a pixel. That's kind of yay. I think we're gonna make this a little bit wider, so make it not quite symmetrical. The line rendering mode. Yes, we're using lines. To see if it would work with line width. Because I don't want to write the what's it called? The shader. I don't want to write a shader for it yet. But it looks like that's probably what we're going to have to end up doing. Probably going to have to make it not lines. Get a bunch of box. The shader toy. I don't know. I think I kind of missed it. I was locked in. Where are we at? Where did you... Where did you... Yeah, got buried. Got a little bit buried. Where do we scale? Construct shape. Insert triangle. An SDF triangle. No, not the SDF. Anything but the SDF. I have some of that fragment. A little bit of that fragment. Never enough fragment. Too many. So many. It's math. Got maths. So many maths. Oh yeah, UV. The UV. The UV. UV, doovy, 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 doo. All the British maths. So yeah, I could do the shapes using, I don't know, we could do it with geometry. Or I could try to get fancy with the shaders again. Which means I would need to add more shader. I would need more shader. Again. Oh yeah. Shiny effects. I don't know if we want to add shiny effects or something. Like one of the things I wanted to do was make the brackets, but then have a line that points from the brackets to the text and have the text not move as much. But that's not very it's not very easy to do. That's slightly more difficult. Let's rename you just the BG program, I guess. Easy. It's because I wanted to be lazy. I wanted to be lazy, make the thing work in a way that it could be like usable. You know, so we can ship it or something. Let's take the first one here. And then we're gonna need to copy fragment. A fragment. Project manager. It may not be your project manager, but we are managing a live service project here. Besides, if I get it done faster, I can go back to making my desktop on stream. Deep into the weeds of, like, the direct rendering manager. But nobody knows anything about any of that because, you know, I've been doing this on stream all the time. Or maybe you don't know. I don't know. Spin. Spin, 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 spin. Anyways, what do we do with spin? Wait, isn't this like the same value? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Float? Unspin. Velocity vector. Multiply it by the duration. Add a perpendicular component to the offset. Add it to the perpendicular component of the offset to one side. That is a spawn position. I would give a position that is static without growing. What if what if the velocity of the triangle changes though? I mean, remember though, the triangles, they be computer controlled. They can change their velocities. They can just flip around, move, full thrust, zoom away. A little something, something like this. Yeah. Anyways, I think we're going to get rid of unspin from the ident system here. Get rid of rotation from the ident system. I think. Not attached to anything. I don't think that's quite right. No, this is a transform. It's a very hideous transform, so we're gonna get rid of one of these apply TX. Yeah. Yeah. Big long lines. Or we could just stick the name next to the triangle. Have it float. Have it move around. Maybe. Unless you hit the edges of the screen. The hard part isn't figuring out where to put the names. The hard part is figuring out how to turn text into texture so we can render it. Always the texture. Always with the texture. I don't want this stupid transform thing. I don't even know. Right here. Get the ident. I don't always ask about fonts. Always what the font? What the font? This is NV code R. I feel like it's I think it's like 23 pixels tall or something. Some such like this. Fonting welcome. What the font are we talking about here? Getting rid of this line width thing, that did not work at all. I feel like programs might have to be turned into objects of some sort, so I don't have, I don't know, the mess of variables that I have. I don't even have an ident on this stupid thing. Or a transform. We're not gonna use the transform. And we don't have a depth buffer, so why am I putting clear depth buffer in here? If you want to get into it, make your own thing, or is it fine to use something like the lazy them? I would say it's perfectly fine to use stuff like lazy them, or what was that other one? There's like some other one that's really kind of, I hear good things about. but I forget what it's called. It like gives you a configuration template. Very well commented or something like this. I wish I could remember what it was called. I could probably find it. Hacker? No, it's not like a. It's not like a packaging thing. It's like a prepackaged distribution of settings. I think it was what's it called? Lunar Vim, I believe that was called. It's a very good starting point. Kickstart's another good one. Or you could do what I did, which is like read the like how they set up some of these other things, which is the arduous way. So I don't even know. There's like ad break time, so I don't even know if any of this is being. Stupid Twitch ads. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Stupid Twitch ads. That was harsh in my fluff. But yeah, it was like Lunar and Kickstart, I believe, are the combinations that I concluded. Just a bunch of looking stuff up. Or you could do what I did, which is like look at the like one of the existing configurations. Like I think I looked at the what was it? The Lazy Vim. There was like a canonical flavor of Lazy Vim, and I looked at all the like the configuration files. I don't know if that's available or not still. But I looked at an existing configuration as a reference, but then like I wanted to know what every single thing did. So instead of like just copying and pasting all of the configuration verbatim or whatever, I went up to each module and looked up the corresponding documentation for it, and then like I kind of built the individual module configurations from scratch. Until I had something that kind of worked acceptably. There's like many things, there's a couple of configuration items that I have that are kind of sort of broken. They don't work quite right. And I haven't bothered to like change them or fix them. I don't think it's too big of a deal though. Not that big of a deal. We'll figure it out eventually. A not broken NeoVim config. I, I don't know. I don't know if I follow a lot of people with the NeoVim configs or not. Like, it does work for the most part because, you know, it's an editor. It's not going to totally break or anything. What's that one thing I have the most trouble with? I think indentation. Indentation, like semi-automated indentation, has been like a severe pain point of mine. I'm always fighting against the indentation engine or whatever. Just, I don't know, constantly. Just, yeah. The formatter. I don't know what you mean by formatter. I don't use automatic formatters. There's... I think I just use like whatever the built-in NeoVim indentation thing is now, because I was trying another one and it was just straight up broken. So I have to fight with it less. But I don't know, I still fight with it a bit. Also, I use a very obscure, very unusual formatting style. Like, sometimes I want things one way in one project, different way in a different project, different way in a different project within a particular source file. I don't know. I don't know that I've ever found anything that, like, works good. Like, the Rust formatter, I hate that thing. I don't like that thing. It's very... ugh. The formatting... I don't know if I've ever seen, like, any, like, formatting configuration. I think the most egregious formatting rules are probably, like, the C++ ones. And, like, I don't know how to change those. Okay, I'm really not sure. Clang format? I don't know that it's Clang format. It's definitely not Clang format. Clang format is kind of ick. No, it has to be something interactive. I can't get an automatic formatter to do what I want. Because, like, sometimes I want stuff on the next line, sometimes I want stuff on the same line, depending on what mood I'm in at the time, or what I'm trying to convey. And, like, an automatic formatter isn't going to be able to read my mind. Like, not at all. Speaking of not being able to read my mind, I'm going to change the ident shape into probably a box. I think it's just going to be another box. And then we'll... I don't know. I don't want to really want it. I really don't know that I want to write a shader for it. But I might have to write a shader for it. That's sort of eek. It's kind of sort of eek. I don't know, somewhere in my list of 200 something Firefox tabs, there's a tab which has some sort of like formatter plugin for NeoVim that I never tried. Which is the ghost magic. Hello, hello, hi, welcome. We're hacking the gizmo some more today. The triangle virtual computer gizmo, the game thing. More canonically known as Wave 2. It's a very hard project to describe from scratch. Like, if you come into it not knowing anything about it, there's like so much to it, and it's very complicated. So like, I don't know how else to explain it other than like a stream gizmo stream game thing that for chat. Yeah. My description changes every single time. Also, speaking of Firefox tabs, I have been told I need to close some of these via redemption. And because we have this convenient one full of WebGL nonsense, or HTML references, I think we go in here and we delete some of these. Yeah. I don't know how many that was. At least 5. Maybe. Maybe this one too. I don't need the OpenGL quick reference card, right? Right. No, wait, that goes in. That one goes in workspace 3. At least I kind of keep them sorted in some vague way. Almost. Is it bad that I'm vaguely familiar with which windows are which, based on the random tabs that are open in them? And here we are, trying to take this away from me. Anyways, these should all be like, what, 19 or something? Because I want it to be a square. A square. Actually, I think we want it to be more rectangular. Rectangular. Want to become rectangular. The chat-controlled stream overlay gizmo running atop a virtual machine of custom esoteric vector-based 16-bit SIMD architecture designed to reticulate splines at record pace. Tab is right in front of me. That's a dink. Ban appeal? What's a ban appeal? We don't go over the ban appeals very often. Yeah. Anyways, which coordinates are we doing here? I think we want it to be a little bit wider in the x-axis. So what way should we have? What winding order for the triangle do we have? We have 0 to 1. It's the top of the triangle to the bottom left of the triangle. Bottom right of the triangle. So that's a counterclockwise winding order. I think we're just gonna make the coordinates here sort of vaguely in counterclockwise order, I think.
Attention chat and lurkers. If Meisaka needs a dink dunk emote, please press 1 in the chat now.
And then we have let's see. We get to do the left side first. And then we do the right side of the box. Oh, yeah. I'm not seeing a whole lot of support for this. We're seeing a little bit. Everybody's lurking. Everybody's lurking. What's a dink donk emote? We have a dink donk emote. To use the channel emotes, you have to be subscribed or following the channel. You get different amounts of emotes for each kind. Like if you follow the emote, you follow a channel, there's like a couple of, I guess you could call them free emotes. Like the may suck E. And then you have to type the word may suck E. Or you could pick that from like the emote picker thing. The emote picker thing. Oh, yes, those are definitely examples. I see. I don't know. Are we doing like one in the 7 TV style? Or should I make a Meisaka specific one? Very Meisaka specific. I have Donk. Donkey. Don Quixote. Alright, how do we put the box together? We do top left, bottom left, top right, use 7, 8, 9. Then we do I'm not sure what order we should put these in. Top right, maybe. 9. Bottom left, 8. And bottom right, 10. And then we can just, I don't know, make this a little wider. A little bit wider. Yeah, making animated emotes kind of eek. Kind of be eek sometime. We should probably write this down though. Let's see. I don't know why it's to do commands. Not even to doing the commands. We got hair composites. Did I write down emotes in here? I think those were in the other file. The other text file. High emote. I wanted a couple of different frames for the high emote though. So we need a dink donk, which would have that capitalization, and I guess I'll write down the high emote. I need to find my other text file. Pull it off of the evil spinny disk. The evil spinny disk. And then we want... going back to triangles. And we want to draw, what is it, 6? I get 6. Coronation ceremony. Oh yeah, I can't even with you sometimes. Did I break it again? Now it's not drawing anything. Maybe I got the shader. Maybe I broke the shader. There's that window. Test overlay. Reload. Probably cached in some, yeah, error. Cannot convert from high precision uint to high precision float. Let's just wrap this in float. Uncaught eek while compiling shader. Okay, now it works. Now if we add that the Mesaka again, nothing happens. Yeah. Somewhat, well, it didn't explode. It didn't explode, so... just that. Oh, I don't have screen ID. I need screen ID as well. Ay. Ident monitor. Oh, this is about uniforms. The uniform. The highly uniform. Screen 0. Screen 1. Monitor on my left. There is no screen 2. You broke the pattern. Broke the pattern. Uniform setter. Not in the current active program. Damn you. Oh my god. Test unit gave me a box. What's gone now? Missed the box. Box. You missed the box. Main monitor is always... I don't know. I put my main monitor in front of me. And I usually put my second monitor to my left. And then if I had a third monitor, it would go up somewhere. Or maybe it would go down and be tilted sideways on the floor. Tertiary and quaternary monitor are connected to the other computer. Obviously. And then the one after that is the little tiny one. Gonna have that little tiny monitor. Yeah. Alright, make sure I'm editing the correct shader here. Not the incorrect shader. Up there. One down here. Definitely this one. You need a monitor to display all the monitors. We need to connect that monitor to another monitor. Connects to another monitor. Clearly. Hmm. Can I just smooth step? No, I don't need to do that here. I don't need to put that in there. Maybe we put that in this one? I think it's this one. we put that one in that one? And then... And then... And then... We need fragment. We need the fragment. I was supposed to do the fragment. I don't even know. I don't even know. Ayo. Ayo. Or maybe we just call you Alpha. Alpha. Anything but the Alpha. So we should have texture coordinates. Right? Right. Maybe. It may be possible. Then where will we put the step? We put a step here. And no, where would we put it? It'd be like a number, a static number. Yeah, yeah. And then if we haven't any alpha, render nothing. Or we have an error because we're converting coordinates in some way. Some sort of coordinates. Kind of eek. Kind of sort of eek. Let's do x times y. Why? Why? Well, that's not right. Oh, wait, that's not the right program. I don't think that's the right program either. Not the why. The why? Nobody knows why. So where would you be? You would be value greater than something. I'm going to go with something. We're going to go with something. Or maybe it's just backwards. I don't know. I'm going to drink the water though. I get a maximum confusion. Also, I might just take some of these and I'll put a little bit of a hacky if in here. Maybe. What are you? Greater than 10 and a number ident less than 0? No, less than 1. It's never going to be less than 0. And we'll put that up here. Before we move the offset around, lest I encounter horrible offset bug. So now one of the triangles should maybe be permanently identified. I don't know though. I'm gonna fix this function. I think it's wrong. I think it is very, very wrong. I think we want step. So we pick an edge, then we pick an alpha. X is less than edge, otherwise it's 1. Less than the edge. Well, if we're picking a positive edge like so, does it ever go over that? What if we add these together? What if we add them together? They're kind of broken. They're just broken. Float? No float? Never enough float? Also, I don't think my hack worked. No, wait, maybe? Maybe? I have no idea. Wait a second. Wait a sec. In my test program, is there like screen coordinates? I need the unmodified coordinates. Do we have like position? Why did nobody tell you? What do you mean, why did nobody tell you? It's literally everywhere. It's like the de facto algorithm for encryption on literally everything. Let's try this. Yeah. Yeah. Slightly yeah. Wait, we have to subtract that 2? I think I have to save my file is what I think. Tis the Mesaka. It truly, truly is the Mesaka. Gasp. Or maybe it's the astatine appearing from within the depth. One of the great mini Mesaka. No, I mean, that's not quite what I was going for, but it's close. It's pretty close. It's pretty close, I think. Maybe. It might need to be... It might need to be a bit bigger. I think we make this one... about 20... 25? This one, I think, needs to be, what, 3 pixels bigger, so you'd be 22? Oh my god. Throwing out all the gift subs. Very E. It's still not very... I don't know, we need to give the triangle more breathing room. Maybe I need to just make the border less. Less border. The border maybe needs to be less border. And more... something or other. More something or other. Right, 35. Oh wait, that would be the wrong direction. Let's try 43. And even do that? Would that even work? That might work, kinda, sorta, maybe, probably. Oh, the cool coding cat. Never to ever evade the ads. Never, ever. And then... Let's see. Can we multiply these? Or do they have to get added together? I think we have to add them. Although... a multiplication is sort of an interesting effect. Why are you kissing the horses? I need to figure out which one's the Maisaka triangle and put the default ident thing on that one. Because that one doesn't move. That one just sits there in the middle of the screen. Got some of that sway. Maybe I need to binary search them. Start at 0. And just go up by 4. I think. Or do I have to go up by 3? Maybe we do 8 of them at a time. The middle? The ship in the middle of the screen is the Maisaka ship. I told it to stop moving. And it did. It stopped moving. One of these two. Possibly one of these two. How do you get them to stop moving? You have to write a program in Wave 2 assembly language that writes to the engine control register. And then you have to set the, what's it called? I think you also have to set the selected velocity anything. Although I think if you just write something to the engine control register, it should be fine. Yeah, what do you need to do? You need to set like all these bits. And I think the requested velocity is also just defaulting to 0. We don't make things easy, do we? No, clearly not. I think that would just be like a single type of a program though. What would that be? Let's say we load an increment R0, Ri. So I love that technique. And then we have to store what's it called? The two different values. And then we want to store is it R1, R0? So R0 is like the address. So the ship module should by default be at 0. 380. You want what? The engine control flags? Those are in 394. I want to set all the bits. I'm pretty sure. So load increments. 1. This is C plus 1. That's delta. Let's see, we want to fill in R0 from Ri. I forget what load is. Six. So just copy that twice. Yep. And then store is 7. So I'm going to store 1 item here. So you're 9. R0 should have the address in it. So you are 8, and then you are 9. So I think if you were to run the program code 8FD6 0394 9FD6 000F 98C7 it will stop your ship. Maybe. So what is that? It's like a code. 8FD6 03 949 FD6 8C7 restart. So you take that text and you slap it on the end of a VM command, like a VM, and then that stuff, the stuff in the quotes, that maybe will stop the ship from running around, being all crazy. I'm only slightly sure of this, though. Ident. Gotta get some of that ident. Can you not step on my keyboard? Who stopped our ship? Oh my god. Oh my god. Now what do we want to do? What did I want to do with the shape of the targety thing? The targety thing. I want to... Well, let's do something fun. Let's make the ident thing actually match the color. If you want it to stop spinning, then you have to change the whatever. The constant. The little F constant in the middle of the program is like which register value to write. So if we set heading mode absolute and set engine allow engines, what is with 3F instead of 0F. So like 003F instead of 000F. That will also make it stop spinning. I don't think that the Maisaka is all-knowing. I think you're making this up. I think we are making this up. Now the ident thing.
I think the Maisaka needs a cup of hot tea with condensed milk in it.
Sort of vaguely colored. Certain way. Where's that silly smooth step thing? And some hot tea. I don't think I have any condensed milk though. Very, condensed Maisaka. Why are you condensing Maisaka? Why would you do this to me? Wait, how does this work? Do we go down, I think? I don't think that's quite right. I don't think that's quite what I want to do. No, I think we want to smush the space, smush the range, and then add some sort of offset. Some semblance of offset, so they're vaguely colored like the rest of the ship. Kind of. Let's see, this should be, what, vaguely symmetric. Kind of vaguely symmetrical. I do kind of want these Tis the eternal divine fox. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Is it 0.5 maybe? Oh, I broke the shader again. I'm guessing it's this one because it's complaining about my smooth step. You're supposed to be float, float, hype. We have equals. We cannot convert from a float to a medium two component vector of float. It's not seriously that though. It's I think it's that. I think it might be that. Oh my god. Shader language, why? We want to turn this into like, what is it, 84, which is the equivalent normalized value. I think we're going to go back to add the values together. Gives me boxes. It gives me boxes, the very thick boxes. Kind of vaguely thick boxes. Mm-hmm. Thing. What are we doing to the thing? A plus the B? Hmm. Variant. I don't know. I don't know if I can with the AB nonsense. The shaders. I mean, the ships always use shaders. But no, we're adding boxes around the ships, so you can find them easy. I feel like that didn't influence the size too much. That one? Maybe that one. Not like super thick, but you can find it. Yeah. And then... And then... And then... And then... I think we want to cut the middle out, maybe? Sort of. Kind of, sort of. I am kind of, sort of. Somewhat, Slightly, So what do we multiply this? By another step. Another step. I don't know if it's good to multiply the steps together or not. An evil step. It's not an invitation for the evil. I don't think that would actually... I don't know if that would change anything though, come to think of it. Very some of that hydrate. We just gotta get some of that hydrate. So you can be dot alpha. Sure. And then you need to be, I don't know, let's steal like the X coordinate. No, we want to take the alpha and multiply it in there. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And now they are kind of yeah. Or we could stick them on the same line. Which doesn't do anything except make it harder to read, maybe. do alpha equals f alpha times inner x. What's the inner y? And now we have double the corner brackets. The GLSL ES edition. Target acquired. Target sort of kind of almost acquired. I don't know, the square ones are kind of... The brackety looking ones are kind of nice, but these ones are as well. I can't decide. You have both? I don't think you can have both. If I start trying to parameterize the shader, I'm gonna run out of, I don't know, memory coordinates or something. It would definitely be kind of eek. Definitely kind of eek. There are flies on the screen. Dark spinning triangular flies on the screen. Clearly. Get those flies. Go catch them. And go get them, kitty. Let's see, is it 14? I think it's 14. Or maybe it's 15 exactly. Yeah, we could just make the Mesaka triangle permanently ident. Some of those 4-hour stretching. Some of them 4-hour stretching. E. Stretchy the Maisaka? Stretchy the Maisaki? I'm not doing it permanently. I just want one glued on the Maisaka triangle so I can test it properly. Because that one doesn't move. Kind of sits there and it stays put. It kind of stays put. You know, it does make it a little bit easier to find them, that's for sure. So if ever you lose track of it, I guess. It's a thing. Eventually it will fall off, though. If you don't have a ship and you use the ident, like most of the other commands, it will give you a random ship. Like it will initialize one for you, and then it will ident the ship. It's all sort of very well defined in some way. I thought this through. Kind of, yeah. It's like that with all the VM commands. If you run any of the VM commands, it gives you one of the little ships because that comes with the thread. So that all the commands do this sort of thing. Where did it go? Where's the little ship at? It's over there. She's over there. Clone. Clone. Are we cloning things again? Oh no. Looks nothing like the color. Really? I don't know if the colors are 100% accurate or not. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's like some sort of bug with the parameters. So maybe we have to fix that. It's a feature. Because I noticed some of them change a very peculiar color, and I don't know if it's because we set them wrong, if we parse them wrong, or what. Like if I went to VM color 1, a VM color blue, VM color orange. Like it's certainly capable of displaying these. But not parsing them for whatever reason? Question mark? So what do we got? We got WaveNet. Behold, the not so lovely Radex. Very, somewhat, it doesn't support, like, the three-digit numbers. Only the two-digit numbers. Like I think the VM parser does not. The chat box parser, that's different. They're different systems. I don't know. Am I just... Like the orange one, that's the Maisaka triangle. That's what's it? FF000. Get that red. Get some of that red. Get some of that green. But maybe not quite. Is that the right kind of green? I think that's the right kind of green. 80. Well, first I want to do 80. See if it leaks. How about if I type enough zeros? It doesn't leak. It clips. Why does it clip? Oh, it clips at 4 as well. 2. Where's the upper level? 2. That's very curious. It looks like some Maisaka forgot a certain shift value somewhere. Yeah. So what would it be? Color string set. Say what now? Oh dear. I get what I was trying to do, and it's wrong. But yeah, we have to turn them into 16-bit colors so we can feed them into the virtual machine. Like, it's not true 24-bit. So yeah, we want this mess of ones to be at the end of the value. Like so. And I think this also means I have to shift all of them. So you have to be right shifted by 3, you have to be left shifted by 5, minus 2, you have to be left shifted by 3, or 11 minus 3. Is it changing? Is it not changing the color? It might not be changing the color. Because you didn't set a command? Put a hash mark? This is not the attention character? Tis an exclamation point? Save the VMs. Let's now go to what, 11? No, it's not window 10. I don't have 10,000 windows. The VM update is being cloned. I need to get rid of that message. You in LaveNet. Don't care. Don't care. Do not care. Save. 10. Restart. That didn't go back. Oh, you're over here too. Why is there so many? Yeah, rebuilt. There's 2 of them. I got the one that we didn't poke at. The one that doesn't matter. The one that, yeah, because apparently we love to copy and paste code. Clearly, I think the triangles are in a different order. Anyways, we should be able to do ident and then color sets. And then if we give it back the summon color. Yeah, the triangles can actually have same color values. Well, that's probably been one of the longest standing bugs in the in the system there. Like, I knew this was a thing, but like, I didn't know how it was a thing. Let's get rid of the clone messages. Break time. It might be break time. It might be break time. So you can find it. It require. Well, I don't know about snack because we had snack at the beginning of stream, but we do require a slight break. Can you have a little bit of a snack as a treat? Maybe. Maybe, probably, possibly, perhaps. I like how there's just like some other random triangle with the marker now. Because they're not in the same order. They're in a different order every single time. Hash map go burr. Where is the... Where's the window? We want stretch time. We want somewhat short wait time. Kind of. Let's just undo that silly one. And then we're going to turn off the Mesaka so I can get up and take a break. It's the shmeh. It's the shmeh time. One of those things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've returned. Today's snack is not crunchy. Shocking, I know. I guess it's a little on the chewy side. I'm very hungry. Yum yum. I'm probably close that chest overlay. I have more donut. Because if I didn't get enough sugar earlier, we get bonus sugar. I just gotta be a little bit bonus sugar. Mm-hmm. Anyways, I think my actual stretch break, if you want to call it that, I ended up closer to what, 22 minutes? This always happens to me. Every time I pick a number, I'm like, I'm, I'm gonna go over the number I picked. Number is more like a guideline anyway. Time. Time is something that we made up to explain cause and effect. Time isn't real. It's all just an imaginary construct. Which shapes a large, significant portion of modern society, no less. Fix the banner? No, it's good like this. I like it like this. It's fun. It's high quality. It's high quality, like my desk. I think I need to vacuum the desk again. The amount of cat hair that it would kick up is actually a lot less than you might think. Some dust, on the other hand, maybe if we don't properly clean the dust. I don't know, it's probably been a few days since I vacuumed the desk last, so I'm noticing fur accumulate on both the keyboards. Just a little bit here and there around the mouse pad. It's sort of collecting in some of the crevices that are nearly impossible to clean. Vacuum the cat. I don't think that's gonna get the. I don't think that's gonna get the fur off the cat. I do probably have to pick a time to like vacuum parts of the desk though. Again. Get all those obnoxious, hard to reach spots. I might have to vacuum out one of the towers. Yeah, I made myself some more fake coffee. Because I rummaged through the tea cabinet and didn't find anything that caught my eye. I'm not sure that my own stash has much in it either. I think I've consumed more sugar during this one stream than I do in a typical week. I could be mistaken about that, though. Donut pancakes. Or maybe pancake donuts. Misaka. Hyper. Hyper Misaka mode. We just go burr until we don't. Maybe that will get me that nap that I need. I don't know. Fix the schedule. Really? I thought I broke the schedule. Massively broke the schedule. Like, as far as streams go, I don't really have too much of a... I don't really have too much complaint about when I stream. It's the stuff that I do off stream that gives me trouble. When my schedule falls out of alignment or out of whack. So yeah. I get to stay up forever today. Not really, but almost. And then I get to do it again on the weekend. Double yay. Which is the Yuki of the Vichy flavor. The Yuki. Get some of that Yuki of the not VT flavor, maybe? Probably not the correct kind of Yuki of the not VT flavor. A fair one. To the fair one. To the well. To the R1L37. Take care. Very num. And underscore X. Or an X underscore. Or just an underscore. Or maybe 5 underscores. Or maybe 6 underscores. Maybe you replace some of the more obvious vowel shapes with numbers. Got Yuck the 13th. Maybe. Maybe, possibly. Kinda, sorta, maybe, possible. Sometimes picking names is difficult. Very difficult. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe you pick something with that ends with VT. Tons of those, right? Fix one of my nails. Like, broke and then it's catching on things and I'm like, E? I got it like that, but eek. Good enough. No, wait, that's not good enough. No, I normally don't want my nail to catch on things. Because more often than not, one of the things it ends up catching on tends to be like, I don't know, some part of my face or something like my arm or such. And then I end up with a gnarly scratch as a result. Another one. I think I've had quite a few. They tend to fray pretty often. Sometimes I can file them down, but this one was like chipped in 2 different ways or some such. Or like split in 2 different places. So yeah, that wasn't gonna go anywhere. Rid of the silly funky edges. Owie. Many owie. Decay sake. But stylized. And then you take a sip. And it burns. And you're like, what's in this? And I'm like, pure vodka. Why would you drink that? No reasons. No reasons. Where is things? The things. Yeah, we're gonna turn those off. Yeah, that one's not too bad. Like, row, row, row your goat gently down the pasture. And then there's a goat scream noise thing. What is that? I think it's a sheep, technically. But everyone uses it for goats. Anonymous gift subbing? Nah, I don't think they're gonna turn that off anytime soon. Nope. Mm-mm. You'd think more people would complain about it, but nope. Ay, ay, ay. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again. Like, I could just make my overlay completely ignore it, but that still doesn't change much. I mean, it already almost does kind of ignore a bunch of that. That's a little bit eek. I don't know, should we make the ident system display the names? Hmm. Very, very, not the eek. Anything but the eek. Anything but the eek. Which is the L colon of the Q. This is very eek. Subtly eek. Also, hello and welcome. Hello and welcome. Huh? I don't know what I was trying to say there. Some kind of words. I was trying to say some kind of words. Some two words at the same time. You know how often I do that? So often. We say two different words at the same time, and I'm just. Ay, ay, ay. Just like, ay, ay, ay. Wait a second. Wait a second. Today is keen. Everybody get some of those words scrambled. Normally when it happens to me, it's always two different words that I'm thinking about at the same time. And they get like glued together. So I ended up with Hawaii sometimes. What was that one from earlier? There was something from earlier. That brain race condition. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Some pair of words that I was talking about. Yeah, today, Keen Friday. There's an alcohol and Q stream later. And by later, I mean probably somewhat soon, I would think. So few remote game dev jobs. I feel like this is probably just sort of related to like just the state of the industry. Like with web dev, everybody wants web dev. Everybody wants web dev. People developing games, though, professionally, unless they're like smaller or indie-like studios, they don't want to like leak their games sometimes. So you have sort of a compounding effect of there being like not very many game dev positions in general compared to web dev positions. And then You also have, on top of that, the fact that it's often much easier for a company to coordinate like remote web dev as opposed to like remote game dev. A very complex series of compounding reasons that kind of lead to the being less remote work game development stuff. So I'd say if you're looking for that sort of thing, you probably should be looking towards the indie game dev industry, because occasionally people want to hire programmers more often in the independent game development scene. Like, there's lots of people who have, like, maybe art skills and maybe a game idea, but lack in the programming skills. So there's, like, forums and stuff. There's a Nova Liminal. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I think before I go too much further with this thing, I should probably commit some of this stuff. I'm gonna say, this is not the best code I've ever written, but it works. It works. It does things. Not that one. I just want this stuff. I just want that stuff, not my connection address. You don't need the connection address. I need the connection address. I don't need that. Skip that. Connection address. What they all say. And then they realize it's one of those private NAT addresses, and they're like, oh, what am I gonna do with that? Today we've been working on Wave 2, which is the stream overlay game. Stream gizmo thing. Environment variables in a web page. Less likely than you may think. It is the happy Nora. Hello, hi, and welcome. Oh yeah, we also fixed the bug with the colors. The environment variables during build. I don't know if I can fit anything in there or not. Like the generic TypeScript something or other. Maybe. Very Maybe if we stick the address in another file, then maybe. But at that point, I would just have another file, and I would stick it in, I don't know, the web, the HTML, or I don't know. We could probably include it into some other file. Have it glue everything together. No idea. Where's that terminal? This one? I think it's this one. So, today, we added ident, which draws little boxes around whatever triangle you have. Yep. Gotta have all those triangles. Index opening. Toaru. Very toaru. Majitsu no index. I feel like there's some sort of other word in there, something. Gotta have some of that vim in the vim, inside the other vim. So what do we do here? We fixed the colors and added ident. Certain certain mysterious spacefaring fox. Something like this. A little something like this. What do I want here? I want to go back to the README. The not so README. I don't actually have a README. We have this specification file, but not a README. So many. Nobody read me. Nobody read me the markdown. No, clearly we need to have full text. A maximum 100% text mode. Obviously. Alright, which thing do I want to do next? I think we could implement more of the modules that I was not quite finished with. README.RTF. readme dot RTF M. Rich text format markdown, clearly. Or maybe it's markup. Maybe we mark up instead of mark down. If you're going to stick formatting in the file, then why don't you just HTML? Mark sideways. Marker. Mark Twain. Choo-choo Twain. Something something standards. I'm not even proposing a new competing standard. I'm like, use an existing standard. Like HTML. Where's my HTML? Mark Antony? HTML existed, and they made Markdown. And now if you want your Markdown to look nice, you can't do it without shoving stuff in like pre-formatted text blocks because Markdown doesn't support tables properly. I have a bit of a minor gripe with Markdown and tables. It just never works out. The only way to make it go is word perfect codes. I don't even know the word perfect codes. Can't imagine that being much better though. IRC. Overload your control codes. Make them turn stuff different colors and whatnot. ANSI. Standardized terminal control codes. For formatting. Everybody needs that. Wait, that doesn't support tables. Some of that rough. Well, that's a classic. That's a true classic. I think Roth has some very deeply historical significance to it. Like a lot of the older, what's it called? Word processors used to emit codes that look kind of like Roth codes. A little bit. So naturally, if you're going to design another system, you might as well go with what's popular in the current era. Current era being like, I don't know, 70s or something, and the current popular thing being like rough looking codes. Very eek. You should use bulletin board code. It looks sort of vaguely like HTML, but it uses square brackets instead of the like angly brackets. Underline. Underline. The anger of the formatting. Underline. Maximum underline. Yeah, I think I'm gonna focus on module implementation. Where is that? That is, oh, we're in VM. Somewhere in the VM. Oh, we want, what is it? Right bank. I think. No, is it right IO? Oh my god, where is it? IO decode? It's IO decode. So we got control store. Got flight, then we got nav. If x modulo 3 equals 0, print fizz. Unless if. You could do what's it called? You could do what the shell does. And just write the ending tag backwards. Like you have if, and then you have fi. Fi. Would you have bold? And then the other way would be like, was it dolb? Sounds like the most cursed kind of formatting system. Ene Isek. Play Fizzbuzz. Can you ever truly win at Fizzbuzz? Let's see, I should probably see if we have everything in flight. We have flight here. I can already tell you that we don't have background mix. Like, that's not set up. It's maybe set, but I don't think we forward that one. Color. You get set. You get forwarded. Engine. $16, $17. And why are those up there? That's kind of nonsense. I don't know if moving those is a good idea or not. I almost need to like write a test to make sure that like I can port forward the data model. Appear to have been flattened. I don't know. We do tests sometimes. I even have one that's supposed to be for like loading and saving things. I don't know that it works terribly well, but like it almost does. Can't take too long. Or else. Or else. Current compass. Yeah, that's not implemented. Why is that one not implemented? Current absolute heading. Oh my god, of all the things we didn't put in here. Requested heading. Pretty sure you work. So this one is to do. And then this one is to do. Those are set up. Get some of that splat. Not the splat. Anything but that. This is to do targets. We do actually have current ship though. I put the current ship coordinates in there. What do we want here? We want target selector. And we got target ID 0. Maybe it's 1. 1, 2, and 3. Put some of those. And then we want to do target relative distance x. Y. And then we have whatever the hell this is called. We got to have that shaking. Maximum chibi. You know, we're typing intensely. Clearly. Absolute. There's an absolute heading. Heading to. Heading away. And then I guess we would call this other one something like angle. To and fro. I like this. Yeah. And then we have to put all of these in the correct place in the memory selector or whatever. And then we want stick the numbers. So let's see here. What do we have? Target selector. You are C. Oh, very C. S. That's not quite what I meant. Alright, relative distance. Those are next to each other. Relative velocity. I didn't implement relative velocity field either. Totally CSS. Totally. Definitely. It's like you can't place all the items on the page correctly. Let's see here. From. This is like 2 different things away, so I'm going to increment you by 2. Enough EP. Enough EP. Just a comrade soul. Hello, hello. Hi, and again, welcome. Once again, here we are. In the world. In a world. So, with most of the fields, like if the module writes them, if they're computed, I think we want to skip saving them. Triangle Kingdom. Behold the Triangle Kingdom and tremble. Oh wait, that's what I'm doing. We tremble before the Triangle Kingdom. So really, I just need like all the screen storage, and then we need targets, and then we need the selector thing, and yeah, that's gonna be it's gonna be fun. Fun, air quotes, maybe. Yeah, we're gonna put in here. I think we're gonna put fixed point. So if we have nav, am I fighting the song slightly? Slightly. Slightly. I don't want that. I want target select. If we have target select equals 0, then we have a point. The target point. It's gonna be target screen X. Oh, what if we put this in a tuple? Yeah, tuple. Tuple. Right, and then we want the relative distance. Mm-hmm. Very, mm-hmm. Oh, I guess we could take, what's it called? Nav? Target relative distance. In the X direction, this is Oh, what's it called? Oh, the what's it called? Yeah, if we're talking coordinate-wise, we want, well, first of all, we want the target point, 0 coordinate. And then we want to because of the way relative so-called coordinates work. I want to calculate the distance x based on like our heading vector. Yeah, if that's not slightly I don't know what is. So I almost need like a function specifically for converting coordinates from, I don't know, I guess you could call it screen space to like ship local space or something like that. Like we kind of do this in all of words. What am I trying to say? We do this all over the code. I think it's something vectors. A little something vector. Except we don't matrix. We don't build matrices for them. We just kind of hand feed all the numbers together like so. Which isn't quite all that useful entirely. Yeah, what are we looking for? We're looking for the heading. Heading S, heading C. Gotta do all that stuff. I suppose I could take the values and stick them in some sort of 2x2 matrix thing, but I don't really have a math library for Rust. I'd have to dig one up from the deep dark depths of the crates.io or something like this. And I'm not a huge fan of that. Write my own library again. Yes, we could just port the key engine math library to Rust. I'm sure it will go fine. I'm sure there will be no problems with that whatsoever. I don't even know if I have 3D or 2D. I don't even know if I have 2D functions in there. I think we might, but I don't know. Yet another Mesaka math library. We can call it YAM. YAML. YAML. Oh wait, that exists. And it has nothing to do with maths. Maths? Nothing to do with maths? None at all? Ad break time is the perfect time to stare awkwardly. Are they gone yet? I don't think the ad breaks are gone yet. I don't know if the ads are gone yet. Maybe they are. Maybe they are. I don't know if I would bet on it or not, though. So, we need to copy all this stuff in some way. And instead of calculating velocity, I want to calculate coordinates to some point in space. So maybe I could just borrow this. I could just borrow this. Are we actually done now? Are you just being finished? It's almost like they're playing extra ads. Or maybe that's the delay. More delay. Borrow it. I will never give it back. It's mine now. I'll just take it. Love taking coordinates from various things. What do we got? What do we need here? What do we need here? We need like the relative target point to do a bunch of math on it. So we want the target point 0, which is x. What do we want? Target point the y, which is not y. It's like 1 or something silly like this. I don't know. I might have to write myself some sort of simplistic library for math functions. We do as I-16 as F32. Get myself some floating point coordinates. Ah, yes, the nav module, complete with high performance 32-bit floating point processors. But the CPU itself can barely do division. Does that make sense? No. Clearly not. What if I did all of the coordinate system math as like 16-bit values? That'd be kind of silly. That'd be kind of silly. All right, so This is supposed to be a relative point. It's not going to be relative unless we take the current ship location. And we subtract that. Okay, I'm putting this on another line. I'm gonna go multi-line on this silly thing. Because we need to, I guess how do we do this? We gotta subtract. And I'm like, which way do I subtract to get the point that I want? What do I want? We want the vector that goes towards the point in question. I think. So if I'm down, I don't know, here, and the point I want to go to is, I don't know, where's my coordinate system? I need my coordinate system. If it's up. Well, screen coordinates are typically not up. Screen coordinates are kind of upside down. So, like, we got the screen coordinate up, and we got the ship coordinate, which is sort of also up. But up in the ship's local coordinate system is opposite in the y direction. Which I think was sort of accounted for in my transform. I don't really know though. I'm probably gonna have to write myself some sort of test case of some flavor. Make this work properly. Because this is gonna be a doozy. And I don't really mean like a traditional test case, but maybe? Maybe? I guess I mean more like a practical test case. Where I just program the ship to like use the nav module in some way and then see if it does what I expect it to do. Or I could just write some test cases. Which might be easier. Let's see, what do we need to make it do? We need to make it spin the ship every single which way, I think. And then there's an error. Why is there an error? Relative angle, too. I found in scope. It'd help if we put a little self thing in there. Yeah, I'm gonna go down here to my lovely pile of tests. And I guess we're gonna write another one. It's like test nav a module fixed. Tag target. A very target. I don't know if I actually need any code or not. I suppose I like, I don't know, shove a sleep instruction in there or something. It is the Eldin 00. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Because this thing will suspend. Basically, it will stop working. I think that it should be sufficient, though. Like, if we run one tick on the VM's halt, I think it will update the like the module position status thing. So yeah, if we did the VM, I get set up here. I think setup uses 0. Pretty sure, yeah. So we got the user, and then we want the, I think the ship is in context. So we'll set the ship's coordinates to, I don't know, 90. '92. And then we want the whatever it is. The whatever it is. Ship nav. Current ship X. You should be 90. Current ship Y should be 92. we got 89. I love floating point numbers. You just love floating point numbers. It's a floating point integer. How are you not quite on the stupid point? I have no idea how it got there. If we poke this one, if we poke that one, where's the error here? 90? I got 88. Wait, the ship's moving. It's not the floating point number's fault. It's the fact that the ship defaults to a random, like, velocity. Does this make the ship not move? And we're also going to give it spin. No spin. And we're also going to give it a defined heading. I believe heading 0 should mean it points up. Somewhat up. Alright, and then we want to set the target select to 0. I want to select target screen X and target screen Y. I think X, we're going to set this to some location off to the right of the ship's coordinates. So this should be, let's say 130. And we're going to set the screen Y target to like 52. And then we want target relative Y. I believe we want this to be something like 40. Or no, X. X is 40, and then I think Y is also something like 40. So when we go back to, you know, calculating the points, Can I like tupleify these? That's a word, right? It's tupleify. Tupleify. We don't want current ship. We want the target. Relative distance. Got some of that directory, dictionary. I want the distance y. Okay, I don't think that did anything. I don't think that did anything. Target relative velocity. Wait, the target's not moving. Okay, help if I pick the right number, variable, thing. Alright, so now we got ship coordinates. Okay, that's not quite what we want, but it is what I put in here. So we want to check the relative target point. The relative target point. So I think we want to subtract the current ship position. I think. Right, yeah, okay. Okay. Very okay. You know what I need to do? I need to mark this part here. And then we gotta go back down to the test. We're gonna mark the test so I can jump between these. Very important. Alright, so heading. I think we're gonna do... We're gonna like flip the ship around and then we're gonna rerun this. And we'll see if it's able to calculate the appropriate heading in every orientation. It's like if we flip it 25. This is sort of like a number. This has to be signed so I can Tell what it's doing here. Yeah. So I think this is like when it's flipped to the right. So yeah, it should be kind of on our right. I need to distinguish these slightly. This one could be like 50. This would be what, 42? Then X will be 42 minus 42. And then if we flip around to like face down, the relative distance here, the x coordinate, that should be what, 40, and the y coordinate should be behind us. And then if we face left, if we face to the left, then let's see, the x coordinate should be positive. And then the y coordinate should stay negative. Wait, which one of these? We're facing down. I think it's y coordinate. We have minus 39. Something, something, something rounding. Ay, ay, ay. Just slightly ay, ay, ay. That almost works, though. Almost. Almost, almost. Mm-hmm. What if I, like, nudge ship also slightly to the right? Okay, that breaks. 2179. I don't think there's any way to win here. I think I would have to give it like a margin of error. A margin of floating point error. Otherwise, it would never work. But it gets quantized at some point, so somewhat. Somewhat. And I don't know if there's a way to round it differently. Oh yes, there's nothing quite like just randomly watching the stuff and being like, I am eating cornmeal porridge. Everybody needs to know this clearly. Clearly. Maybe it's even? Maybe that. That might work. -3. That's 3, 7. Round away from 0. Guess we could throw a round in there. Because I'm guessing it would otherwise truncate the value, which is probably not quite what I want. Speaking of, we should probably put this in the ship. The ship number as well. Make sure the number doesn't go out of range. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Round all the things. All of them. I feel like there's probably just going to be like some big segment of the code somewhere, which is just like clamp all of these numbers and then round them and then store them in the module. If I do it all at the same time, it might be fine, right? Right. It is a tizzy bot. Hello. Welcome. Why do I yawn every time? Every single time? Just yawn. Yawn into the void. The great untold void of voidness. Not yawning. Not yawning is never an option. Yawning is sort of required. Extremely highly required. The 6 hours. I don't know, that's pretty tame for a Maisaka stream. I think my streams normally last for, I don't know, Recently, they've been like 9 and 10 hours. I would say, though, that we don't necessarily program the whole time, but, like, we do kind of, sort of. Almost. Vaguely. Okay, that's not really an answer. That's an answer that's sort of a non-answer. I take breaks. We do take breaks. We do genuinely take breaks. I mean, the last one was what? I don't know, 2.5? I think 2.5 hours ago. I ate massive quantity of sugar. A little bit of eek. The cat, I don't know. I don't know if there's any cat. There's probably a cat somewhere. I don't see it anywhere. I do not see the cat anywhere. Probably lurking on the other side of the room. She found a new perch. And I catch her sleeping over there. I mean, it's closer to the window, so, like, I'm not entirely surprised. Cats like the light sometimes. A little bit of sometimes. I got the coordinate thingy here and in here. Because I needed it. It was important. And now I need to figure out very brain catification. Have you tried applying a cat directly to the forehead? It might work. Slightly. No, wait, you want to know where you can get one? I have no idea. I have no clue. Distance was too easy. This was supposed to be difficult. I think we're getting into the difficult part here. With headings. Not the headings. To calculate the headings, we need our truest friend, the arctangent. What is it? The arctangent 2? Do we have this in Rust? Pretty sure we do. Maybe. Possible. Maybe. Maybe not. Numeric? We're not like built in, are we? Nope, that's a library. That's a library of some fearsomeness. A very eek. House is not a thing. How do you not have a thing? What the eek? Well, I guess I could write my own. Arc tangent to. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Maybe? Does this... Is there really... Path? Path manipulation. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. That's not a thing. Ay, 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 ay. And there's probably not like an F-32 something or other, is there either? Maybe, probably not. There's like nothing in there. Or maybe? Maybe? Or maybe. Here it is. It's on the primitive type. It's not in some sort of library. Why the hell they hide it in there? What is self? Self is Y. Other is X. Uh-huh. 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 Uh-oh. So I want to take these points What is it? The target relative point. Relative target point. And we want y 8 tan 2 of x. This should be some sort of heading. Direction. Relative direction. And then the value here is something. I'm not entirely sure what though. Let me just like print this out. Okay, that's not going to display unless it fails in some way. So, so much M. Too much M. Let's go back to my test. Let's see here. We want to calculate, I guess, the heading to the target point. Target relative. Is it relative or is it absolute? Or did I call this heading? Not a marathon. I think we want heading, and we want to set this to some number. Some sort of number that should be sort of in this generalish direction. So 0x 1000 or some such, maybe. Oops. Somewhat. Oops. I've got some more of that. Some more of that add. Always getting caught up in the ads, but never, ever, ever, ever bothering to subscribe to the Mesaka. Jisk, 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 jisk. Or some such. Or some such. Stare. Some such stare. Someone stare. Twitch, why? Why do you do this to me? That wasn't an invitation. something, something, something coordinate systems. Right. We'll whine about the ads? No. Misaka will do it. I will do it. I will complain about the ads. Clearly. You know, I feel like Turbo is only worth it if you, like, watch, I don't know, like 3 or 4 different streams regularly. Or more. I think that's the price point where it makes sense. Not saying you shouldn't subscribe to the streams, but like a thing. I cannot gift the whining fucks. Or you could despise the ads. You could complain that the Maisaka should take a break during the ads. For real, that's what it's supposed to do. It's what the thing is supposed to remind me to do, but I don't always see it. So then I sit there and I wait, and then maybe not. I don't. I'll make my own sign, my own cosine. No thanks, no thanks. I'll take a pass. I don't even want to Taylor series them. If I made my own cosine and sine functions, you know what I would do? You have any idea what I would do? I would pre-compute all the values and put them in a giant table. A giant table. A not so giant table. And I would trim it down to like, I don't know, like 1/8 of a quadrant. It's not too many values. You can totally do this. And then I would just kind of, sort of, you know, interpolate between a few of the odds and ends in between. It'll be fine. It's fine. Float or a double? Nobody needs to deal with the floats or the doubles. Clearly not. Do you really need to know the exact 0.00000001 angle of something? Prepare for double, and to make it trouble. To protect all devastation within our nation. To something that the stars above, below. Cosine in C. Cosine.c is not a file that I know that I want to read. Somebody had fun with that, though. Somebody had fun with that. Anyways, we need to get the whatever it is, the ship nav target, the relative heading to, and then you're gonna be one of these heading values. Yeah, one of those, whatever those are. constant, not quite radians anymore. F32 is equal to, what was it, F32 constant it's core. Oh, we want pi, I think. And then we want to divide pi. Divide by pi. And we want to multiply by not quite radians. Or some such. Yeah. Yeah. No, we need to multiply this by something. 32768.0 maybe. And then we round that. And then we send it through our magic conversion function. And then we become chibi. And then the value on the left is twice as big as the value on the right, which means I got something very kind of sort of wrong. But not so wrong that it doesn't work. In other words, I think we're close. So what if we do tau? It's a little closer to what I would expect. It's a little bit closer to what we would expect. Where is the test here? Can we just, I don't know, convert this number into hexadecimal? Try some of the other weird angles. What are you, 4, 2, 2, 3? Hexadecimal. You are 7F. I have to put heading tests in all the categories. All of them. All of them. It would be very convenient. Somewhat incredibly so. If my heading values would be displayed using something else. Can we like display stuff? Or is that not allowed? What are you? 37F. What are you gonna be? 57F? And what are you gonna be? 77F? No. I know, not quite, no. Some of these values are negative. We don't want values to be negative. Nope, none at all. That'd be ick. Sort of ick. Oh, maybe a little bit ick. Positive, but negative. Not the positive, negative. I don't want my values to be negative. Which one is this? 2197. It's the one where we flip all the way around. Gotta have that quadrant. Gotta have the other quadrant. So I guess if we are negative, somewhat, slightly, just a little bit of an, Let's just take the absolute heading value, and then if it's negative, then we'll just I don't know, add. What do we need to add? Add 1. We add 1? Okay, I guess that works. That works. Mm-hmm. Very yeah. We got because we got the headings, yeah, and then we have the headings from. This is the tricky part. Because we got value here, and then we want to flip the value around, make it the other way. The other way. Yeah, the other way. Very, slightly, so many, complex I, quaternion I. Those are the same thing. They have the same meaning. Quaternion just adds like two more imaginary complex numbers called J and K, which are different from I. But like the the complex number I, it fulfills like the same sort of role, but like in two-dimensional space. If you add the two other numbers, you end up with the quaternion, which works for three-dimensional space. But then if you got four-dimensional space, you have to get octernion. So you have to have like 8 different components for the number of imaginary numbers increases by like double for each dimension you add. Because you're adding degrees of freedom. Yeah. So we got the thing. Sense the magnetic fields. Not the magnetic fields. And with the magnetic fields. I guess with magnetic fields, it would kind of be like, I don't know, you could I guess it would be sort of dot product-esque. Like you're either aligned with the field or you're not aligned with the field. But as for how that would manifest, I don't think it would tingle your brain. I think it would just be something that you're just sort of inherently aware of. Maybe. Be like, oh, I'm facing this direction. Or, oh, I'm facing this direction. Or, oh, I'm facing perpendicular to the directions. Free compass. And you would just sort of have this thing and you wouldn't even think about it too much. Like, oh, gravity is this way. Gravity is that way. That way is down. Not down. Anything but down. Which way is up? Maybe up there? Up there? There's pretty. That way is pretty up. Up. The up. I always sort of joke about like being. Which way is up? Which way is up? Because nobody knows which way up really is. Do you know which way up is? Because I don't think you do. How would you describe up? It's that way. It's that way. Or maybe it's that way. Or maybe it's this way. Or maybe it's up there. Up there. Down there. And maybe it's north there. Or maybe it's south there. Or maybe it's north there. Like, I don't know that having a magnet specifically embedded would give you the right level of sense. Like, you could sort of detect fields, but not really. No, I think a proper sensory would be, I don't know, almost like a sense of balance. Sort of like how your ear lets you balance. It would be something sort of almost like that, but with magnets. Get some of those magnets. Magnets everywhere. I have some of that quantum something or other. So. I need to come up with like, what's it called? The conjugate of this position. Clearly. Let's go back to the test. The test. I almost feel like I should just get like a bunch of stuff. A bunch of, not the kanji. Not the kanji. The kan something or other. The kanesana. Anyways, where do we want to point this thing? We want to be like 0.25, but not really. So maybe like 125. And then we want to point roughly towards the thing. Roughly towards the thing. We should grab one with data. All the datas. Alright, which one do you have? We have 27F. Alright, did the number get bigger? Doesn't make any sense. We got one of these numbers wrong. We got one of these numbers very, very wrong, and I don't know which one it is. Yeah. It's like an ayaya and a half. I'm gonna point this thing. Because if it's at like 107 and we tilt to 0.125, that should be what's it called? Stick a banana to the wall. Somebody will eat it. I don't know very many people who say that. It's sort of surprising. That'd be kind of surprising in a way. Gotta maybe try and stay on top of these hydrate things. Not doing so well at that, I don't think. Let's see, where's the point? The point is up. It is up and to the right. So we flip like on our side here. The thing that I'm like realizing is that if we're pointed this way, if we're pointed, well, you can't really see that very well, but if we're pointed to the right, then the point is gonna move from like 1,000 to like 7,000. So this is supposed to be like 7. And then if we flip around totally backwards, this one will be 5. And then if we flip around to the right or the left, if we're pointed left, see, where's the point? Point should be down here at 3. So you should be 3. And then if we're pointed to the right, this one should be like almost nothing. Almost nothing. So I need to maybe flip one of my coordinates. I think we have to take our one coordinate, our y coordinate, and flip it. Now we have what? 288. Which of course is the one without the debug line on it. So now we have what? 6F81. We have the ghost of Mesaka's past. The ghost of Mesaka past. Oh my god. Oh my god. Too many oh my god. I think we should have like a system that lets me like just, I don't know, run all the different coordinate systems. All the different coordinate systems in a row. And test them all simultaneously. Because I don't know if I like messed up the coordinates or not. And I kind of need to know that. So what do we have? We need an array of headings. Headings. We go from like 0, 0, 1, 2, 5. This sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So I think we want like 8 different values here, and then we want to increment these by what? 1, 2, 5. Very E. So many E. So then what I want to do with the headings. So we want to take these. We want to take these. And we want to make some sort of mutable rel heading 2. When I assign something to variables, it shows the types. This is what is called the language server. It is a feature of Rust. As well as a few other languages. But like Rust and TypeScript both have a system called type inference, where the language server is capable of figuring out what the type of a variable should be to best fit the situation. So it's a little bit of a feature of the specific language. We gotta type. We gotta type all the type. What if I type headings length? That doesn't type length. That doesn't type length. Can I do that? No. Why don't you let me do that? The name? TypeScript? It's another programming language? It's really popular on the web? Type inference? The act of a language server resolving a type? In other words, we are inferring the type based on its context. C++ says auto. Auto is not quite the same as type inference. It's sort of a little bit in that vein, but not quite. C++ auto is kind of like you have some expression, and your expression will return a value of a type, and you want a variable assignment to take on the type of the variable, of the value. You want it to sort of infer what a variable should be. But C++ auto is not nearly as powerful as, like, let's say the Rust type inference system, for example. And like, I could actually straight up demonstrate this because it is relevant. If you look at this array, right now, Rust is like, oh, this is an array of F64 64-bit floating point things. And then if I'm like, well, we want to, let's iterate through heading. And the headings. Then we want to get the current user thing. The user thing? Static analysis is very powerful. And it goes deep. Kind of goes a little bit deep. What do we want? We want to set the ship's heading to the heading. And suddenly, all the variables in this array are now F32. Because Rust is like, oh, These could be F32 or F64, but you're using them with an F32 field. So they must be F32 because that makes more sense. Maybe. Magic. Magic. And then we want to like calculate, you know, what the ship does in this orientation. And then we want to grab the relative heading 2, which I think we need an index for. So we want iterator enumerate. It is the Lotus Kushan. Hello, hello, hello. Let me take my index and we set this to the M. This silly long combination of value. Probably. You as I-16. Dart? Who? What? Nani? Nani? Nai? We're gonna get rid of... Let's run the weight. Dart. The language. Dart the language. I am unfamiliar with Dart. No, I cannot comment on this. So what do we have? We have expected relative heading 2. So you 07F 0 something 7F 0. You 25707F. Is that right? I feel like that's not right. Maybe it's right. I don't know. Kind of like the point, if we're spinning around to the right, then the point is going to pretend to spin around counterclockwise. So this would be something like 067 F05 7F 04 7F 03 7F. It's not all 7F, but like you 2 something. And then back around again, maybe? So we want to compare the relative headings, the expected relative headings. And I want to print them out. And also, I think we need these points. I'm gonna calculate these other points. Let's get rid of all those. And then we got what? User? Make it the user? I gotta make the user. The EP. The Mesaka is kind of EP. I'm guessing the Christopher is also kind of EP. Why is this not? Why are you not a thing? The array does not implement lower hex. Yeah. Okay, what about vectors? Can I make a vector? Nope, vector doesn't do it either. Vector doesn't do it either. Too many. Why so many? Here's another idea. Here's another idea. Or maybe we do like question mark. Get some of that question mark. So what do we got? We got something that's pretty close to 7. 7. Something. 6. It's 5, 4, 3, 2. Too many 7. Kind of eek. Hmm. Like, it is sort of the correct direction. But, like, it's sort of offset in some way. What if we don't have this? Then what do? You kind of increment. You kind of increment. It's also kind of wrong. Get some of that ink. The increment. Hmm. Okay, what if we just negate the target point? No, we still have this weirdness. We still kind of have this weirdness. I'm gonna put in the minus here. We have like 3. 3, 2, oh. Doesn't seem right. The summon. Not the summon. A 5, 6, 7, 0. No, that's not right either. Yeah. Calculating coordinate systems be kind of eek sometimes. Just gotta hydrate the hydrations. Mm-hmm. Hydrate the hydrations. All of them. All the hydration. It's gotta look alive. They certainly exist. The ears, they certainly very exist. All of the coordinates are very backwards. upside down, inside out, no matter which way I flip them. Somewhat eek. Speedrun a program, it's not that difficult. It isn't all that difficult. Like, I have some test cases that do it. It's not that difficult. It's not that difficult. Why can't you get this? It's just a little bit of a challenge. No big deal. Can I like add something to this? Can I just like hack the value to be a little bit something or other? More a number. More number. Yeah. I don't know if I should just randomly be adding numbers. It's sort of eek. So what do we need to do? We need to like flip this thing around at like, I don't know, 90 something. Okay, that doesn't actually look half bad. It's maybe a little bit off in some sort of way. Wait, if we're switching the X and the Y around, mega, and we're flipping them by like 90, then I think we could just like make this one 0, and then make this one and then we sign flip something in some way, somehow. Are you 80? 40? I don't know if the expected values still make sense or not, but like all of the test coordinates are kind of I don't know. I don't think they're quite right either. Because if we do the 180 flip, the numbers are the wrong way around. like the numbers are supposed to be the wrong way around. Mm. Very. So having the minus sign in here is sort of useful-ish, kinda, maybe, probably not, though. Now, if we just get rid of this heading thing? Like, if we're doing the bit mask heading here? It's the wrong way around. What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that? Like... I'm gonna do wrapping subtract. Yeah, what if we just flip the numbers around? U16. Just flip all the numbers around, and then they're these weird backwards coordinates. I think I don't even know which way they're supposed to be pointed. That's probably not very promising. Yeah, which way is like... What's the offset here? What are you supposed to be? 6? 6? 6 is sort of... not quite right either. Maybe. I can't just keep rolling the numbers around. Or maybe I can, I don't know. Could you imagine? Maybe I should be trying a test point that is in a cardinal direction. Instead of a diagonal. That would make things just a little bit easier, maybe. I also don't know if the target point is the most helpful thing ever. So what we got? If we got the x coordinates, oh, we set this in line with the ship, so that should be like 90. should be directly above the ship. So at coordinate 0, we expect something 0. And then if we're rotating the ship around, you should be was it 7? 7 something? 6 something? Oh, some of these are probably wrong. 5 something? Three, 2, and then 1. Okay, that would explain the diagonal. The weird diagonal. Why is there a weird diagonal? Because my test case was kind of broken. Test case kind of very highly broken. Very eek. Uh-huh. Very, yeah. I think we definitely want to invert the y coordinate, though. Definitely the y coordinate. Probably. Alright, so what if you are at 90? 90? We put the point at like 90. Oh, you like minus 40 plus 40. Okay, that's why things are diagonally. Very diagonally. Alright, so what are you? You are now... Oh, yeah. 107,654 something. Something something. A little something something. What do I have to do? Make like all the different directions or some such into like sub coordinates? Maybe. Alright, so what if it's to the right? Should be what, 2,000? And if we're spinning towards it, it should go to 0. And then if it is below, it should start at what, 3,000? Decreasing. What are you, 4,000? Decreasing? This makes sense? Sort of. I'm not exactly going to claim that the test itself is like the most useful thing ever. Alright, what's this coordinate system set up for? X? I think it's X minus or Y minus something or other. Something above. Above the ship. Above the ship. So we also want the I want the away vector. The away vector. Let's put that in there. And some of that in there. Where are you? Rel heading from flow. Are you wrapping the gate? Now what do we have? We have the relative heading from so we start with something above the ship. So this one should start at, I think, 4,000. And then be like opposite. It's like the opposite of 6. It's gonna be like 2. The opposite of 5 is gonna be like 1. The opposite of the 4 is gonna be like the 0. The opposite of 3 is gonna be the 7. The opposite of the 2 is gonna be the 6. The opposite of the 1 is gonna be the 5. Hello there. And again, welcome. We are making wave 2. This is an interactive stream gizmo game which features programmable computers. And spaceships. And assembly language. I could say more, but like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna copy pasta the incantation. Yes, like this ship triangle here. Spinning. Spinning wildly out of control, but it's changing colors while doing so. So yeah, you can like program the little triangle spaceships to like fly around in potentially interesting patterns. Do stuff, change colors. Or you could just stop it from moving altogether, like the one here or this one over here. And you interact with all of them by, right now it's like chat commands. So you have to like send them programs via chat commands. Where is it at? Off the screen. It's always off the screen. It's always lurking off the screen. Oh, that one. The one with the box around it. It's doing something that's a little bit different. Zooming around. Like the soup. Really yum. So many ayaya. So many ayaya. So I've been making this new subsystem for the ships called the navigation module, which is something that I have been working on or planning on adding for kind of a while now. Kind of sort of a while now, and right now I'm working on the different calculations that are needed to give like meaningful values for all of these different fields. I might have figured it out. I'm not entirely sure. I sort of want like something semi-interactive so I can sort of try this. I think we got the basic coordinate system kind of something resolved. Maybe, probably, possibly, in some way. No, I should probably recheck the x and the y coordinates. So like it's simulating a ship that subsequently points at all of like the cardinal and intercardinal directions, and then it's testing if the points last for something. The ident lasts for an amount of time. I have no clue. I just put a number. I put a number, and the I'm like, it needs to be a roughly big enough number because it gets decremented on like the tick event or whatever. And like it's been fairly decent for what it needs to be. Like it lasts long enough for you to be able to find the ship. And it keeps the ship highlighted for decently long enough, so I don't know. To observe its behavior. I think the number I picked was a good enough number. Probably. Unless we change like the update rate. It seems a little bit unlikely. Very EA. So we have this ship, and it is being pointed in different directions. And then we want what do we want? We want an array. Points or something? Let's be like unknown. Alright, you're gonna be relative points. Index. Can we do something like that? Can we... I can just make an array. Of a size. And then not give it some sort of type. Doesn't need a type, does it? Does it? Or maybe it does, I don't know. But I want to grab these distance values. Okay, get both the distance values. Very important. I'm also sort of realizing that the values that I calculated are like the relative angle thing. They're not the relative. They're not the relative heading. Hmm. Thunder. 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 You know, it's kind of. I can't tell if it's overcast here or just getting dark, but it seems a little bit on the overcast side. I wonder if I will get any rain. I don't know if I could do that. I don't think I have the energy for that kind of thing. I would totally dig up the song though. And stick it in the playlist, cause now I got that stuck in my head kind of. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Many, oh my god. Oh my god. I guess if we change the relative ratio of coordinates, then... Very, Yeah, we don't want this. We want target, rel, angle. Some such like that. A little something like that. And then, and then, and then I think we need target point to go through like same sort of thing. What are you? You are. Is that rel heading? And then, yeah, I need another one for absolute heading. Which is going to be like target point. I don't think these need to be mutable. And then we want these to be. Are you heading to? Heading through? You're supposed to be what? Absolute? We've caused errors because I changed the variables. I don't know if I want to use like the same. Sort of nonsense or not. So you're like the absolute heading to the thing. And I guess you could be like what? The relative heading. So that's the one that we want here. And then and then and then and then and then and then the absolute heading should not be different. That should always point directly to the target. Always. So we'll take these and just do a little something something rel absolute. Now, the difference here is all of these basically supposed to be the same. In which case, maybe, probably. Something has failed. Why has we failed? What have we done here? Nine. The heading to the point in question is 0. So that's sort of that's kind of sort of that's kind of sort of it's a little bit well, that's sort of why we write these silly tests. I don't know if I have a good one for like adjusting the absolute headings or not. Like, I think we need the points. We need like an array of the points. So like we start with, what's it called, 0 minus 40? Yeah, sure. And then we're gonna go 40 minus 40, 40, 0, 40, positive 40, and we got 0, 40, minus 40, comma 40, minus 40, comma 0. And then minus 40, comma minus 40. I think that's, oops, I think that's a loop. Back from the abyss. Back from the abyss. Right? 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 No? 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 No. Languages and tools. Languages and... I heard it. Heard it. I heard it. I heard some thunder. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thunder? Does this mean that Misaka will get struck by a giant boulder flying through the air at high speeds? No. Will I get struck by lightning? Flying at high speeds? No. Probably not. I would hope not. That would not go well. That would not go well for me at all. Anyways, I think we're gonna key absolute headings to like how the ship is pointed, or where the point is. 5, 6, 7. I've been struck by a smooth E. So we want, what's it, point at, I guess the upper point here. Struck by rain, falling at high speeds. I want all my parameters up here. Find the space. Never enough spaces. Implication. What are we implicating here? Why are we implicating the cool coding cap for the languages and the tools? I mean, I've programmed in what, like 20 something different programming languages or some such, and like I still kind of encounter languages and frameworks and stuff that like I've never heard of. I think it's very, very common to run into like different programming languages. There's so many. There are so many different programming languages and so many different tools, and people keep making more of them all the time. Like me. There's more thunder out there. Oh my god. Oh my god. That sounds absolutely vicious. Let's see, can I grab the points? So we want points. We got point X, point Y. You never know. You can never tell sometimes. With the Nymphius. So where do we go out? We want a bunch of relative points. Very, I want to iterate over all the points, and then I want to catch, is it the absolute headings, I think. So I want to grab a user context. And then we want the what is it? Target screen X and Y. To be plus point X plus point Y. Heading is, I don't know, gonna be something askew. What are we implementing? We're implementing the what's it called? The navigation module has is it has like a bunch of navigation modes, and one of the modes that it has is like headings. So the different headings come in different like flavors. So this one's supposed to calculate like the absolute heading that you would have to set. Point your ship at a particular other point. And I don't know if I set it up quite right. What are we panicking about? 2245. That's not 2245. The expected absolute headings to the thing. We got stuff here. Only the Sith deal in absolutes. Nobody cares about the absolute values of anything? Clearly not. Hello, from the Alberta. Well, I certainly don't know. I certainly have no clue. Why are these I-16? I even want to know. Probably fine. Probably okay. Anyways, we got a bunch of points here. So if we set the first point here up, and then the second point is to the right and up, yeah, it should be all this stuff. So the fact that we failed this test and all the values are completely and totally backwards is maybe this is a sign of something. Okay, what if we set this one to from and this one to... Is that getting any closer? Nope. Nope, not at all. Right, yeah. No, so when we got absolute here, I think we want... Maybe we don't want to flip this sign? And I guess you just sort of work now? Okay. Kind of, sort of, okay. These are all very highly useful features, by the way. Very definitely highly, incredibly useful features. I think. Maybe. Like relative heading towards, from. So we got all these. We got all of these. And then we have... What's it called? Trying to send the same unmutable reference to print. Unmutable. I don't quite... Mutable reference? You put a mutable reference? And if you give a mutable reference to print, then like, it's kind of, I don't think that will be any, I don't think that would be problematic in any way. Unless you're trying to move whatever object. The rust, I think the rust will probably survive and maybe become somewhat less terrible over time. Lest you forget, rust has actually kind of been around for a while. Surprisingly enough. So let's see, we implemented that one, we got that one, we got that one, we got that one. I'm pretty sure we did distance, and we did distance Y. So we did target screen. So we have 0. So we 0, kind of. To do. What are the other modes? 1, 2. And then signature. And greater than 2. So what do we need? We need relative velocities. Nobody uses relative velocities, right? Maybe? Maybe. Critical mass. It's a critical mass. We got some of that air. Some of that delicious air. I don't know. The Linux kernel isn't. There's like quite the cohort of people who don't like Rust for the Linux kernel. I'm not necessarily one of those people. I think it should probably be embraced somewhat. It's quite capable. It's probably not so good that there isn't a proper talent for it. Cause like if you're programming in like C, and only C, it might be time to, I don't know, get good, learn some more languages. I don't know. When I mean, there's nothing wrong with C, except all the things kind of wrong with C. I don't know. C is a good language if you know what you're doing. And I mean that in the most literal way possible. You kind of has to know what you're doing, and you have to have like a really good handle on what your program is doing. And C is very simple in that regard. Like, you can figure it out. Like memory leaks. Memory leaks. Rust is not going to protect you from memory leaks. It might help you a little bit if you happen to forget something or other. But you can still create like safe something or other and leak memory. Leak the box. Leaky box. Not the leaky box. I mean, you could do this more with, like, I don't know, an arc, for example. You allocate some sort of arc, put some arc inside of another arc inside of itself, so it's sort of self-referential, and then you drop all your references, and then, like, it's a 100% safe memory leak. There's a whole bunch of other safe functions that let you just leak memory even if you want to. Like, sometimes you want to leak all the things. I mean, hell, I think I do that in my... I do that in my... what's it called? My Twitch service? And I think I use it for my global configuration, where after all the configuration is loaded, it just gets leaked into a box. It leaks a box and it lives forever. And just memory leaking all over the floor. Like, eek. Too many eek. Relative velocity. How do we do relative velocity? Relative velocity. This is sort of like the opposite values from the what's it called? What's it called? Relative between your ship and the target. So, like, if your ship and your target are both moving in the same direction at the same velocity, relative velocity would be 0. But if your ship is moving and your target is like a fixed point on the screen, your relative velocity is going to be like the negative values of your ship's velocity. So I think we have relative velocity of the ship in here somewhere. Right? Yeah, we have like ship relative velocity. We have transformed relative velocity. This sort of thing. Just something, 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 math, 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 math. Just making sure that I have the correct reference frame. This is sort of like the important part. Kind of, sort of important part. So I want these, I believe. Rel vel x, rel vel y. For a fixed point, that would be the what we use. Let's grab, I guess. The values from the flight module. The delta time velocity. Delta velocity times. Very, yeah. Everything's kind of discrete. Velocity isn't very discrete. This is why we use fixed delta. Delta is fixed because simulation has to be at least semi-stable. So what we got what is it? Ship, nav, target, relative velocity x, and y. Immutable, let mutable input string mu something. Let's put these in here. So many things. Yeah. Come on. So what do we want? We want read line. The read line. Read into read line. What does what's it called? Standard IO. Standard in. This sounds like it's putting the value into the string by append. What's this do? Lock the handle, read a line of input, appending it to the specified buffer. So if you reuse the string, the stuff in your string is going to be what you had from before, plus whatever you just read. So if you printed it out each time, then it's going to print out, the first time you do it, it's going to print out the first line you input. And then if you read line into the same string again as is without doing anything to it, it's going to print that same first line again because that value did not get discarded. It stays there and then it just adds more onto the end. If you want to make sure that the string is empty, then you could clear the string before you read in a new line, or you could instantiate a new string before you read the line. Personally, I would probably clear the string because then the buffer will get reused. If there's an outstanding allocation. It's very important. So like the append. Oh my god. The append, that's the thing. Let me like save this. Alright, so what do we want for relative velocities? I think we want to subtract them. Yeah, strings can be cleared. Empty out the strings. A lot of the I/O functions, a lot of functions append things to buffers. Well, they're very... A mystery may be solved? Let's see, I think we also need to get like what's it called? What's it called? The velocity vector. I don't know. Do I do this velocity thing? Do we do this before or after we do the reference frame adjustment? Putting a string to something empty. Empty, empty. Who is better to explicitly call clear? I think you almost have to. Because, like, the constant strings are not strings, they are string slices. Whereas the string object that you most typically encounter is just like a specialized object that like turns the string into a string. It allows you to set it to the what's it called to string, because this is a string constant that's turned into a string, although it's probably better to be like a string constant into a string. But yeah, if you let if you let a thing equal one of these like string constant, it doesn't turn into string, it turns into like a reference to an str, specifically like a static reference. And an str is different. Very, very different. If we have capital string, we could also do into. Because you can turn things into other things. Or you could do string from thing. ToString is actually kind of a silly function. Silly function. ToString, like, yes, it gives you a string, but you know what it does? It calls the formatting functions to write your value into a string buffer. You could also do, what's it called? Format? That's sort of a more specialized way of doing this. Like if you want to turn variables into strings, format might kind of sort of help. It could possibly, or possibly not. Or you could make a string, a mutable string. Wait, new string. A new string, if you want something empty. Very empty. And then if you wanted to clear the string, you could clear the string. Because here's the thing. If you have a string and you reassign it, like set it to, I don't know, this into a string. This does something kind of peculiar. It destroys the previous strings. So like if you have a string with capacity, I don't know, 32, and then you do something like this, the new string is going to have a different, probably empty or 0 capacity. Like it will totally destroy the allocation. Got some of that into. Some of that into. Into is another way of writing from, but backwards. Kind of, sort of. Because it knows thing is a string, so I want to turn whatever this is into something that I can assign to the thing. Like a string. I did not write any tests for this velocity stuff. We might have to do that. We may or may not have to do that. I don't know though. Let's get rid of the weird heading printf before I forget about that. Always so picky about things. The Rust is. So picky. Let's take all the values here. Comma, 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 comma. Let's see, I had a thing for this. What was it? It's like up. Thingy go burr. Some kind of thingy go burr. Int all the values. And int all the values. An array of 1,000 values. Here's how you make an array of 1,000 values. Array of 1,000 values. There, now I have 1,000 values. They all just happen to be 0. Clearly. I mean, if you want, like, some subset of them to be different values, that's a little more involved. A little bit. Then you might have to write something like some weird initializer. It's not so much repeat values. If you put the semicolon, then it indicates to Rust that you want to like define the length of the array. You gotta have the array. I don't know, this would be kind of weird if you could like repeat the values or something. I don't think so. I don't think you can just repeat values. I think that's syntax. Yeah, no. You can only do it once. All of the values. I guess if you don't really know how how many values you want. That's one thing. But like if you know that you want like a ton of values that are like empty in some sort of fixed size, there's ways of doing that, obviously. This is technically this would be maybe. Typically this would be like stack allocated if you put it in a variable like this. Unless you do the initialization inside of like a heap object. Like if I were to, I don't know, box the array here. This is like an array on the heap. Which is sort of useful if you want to move it somewhere else later on. And then I delete. And then and then and then it's ad break time. Perfect time for me to stare awkwardly for like a whole 2.5 minutes. There's a bunch of thunder outside. It go burr. Thunder go burr. Oh, very eek. Somebody eek? Are we there yet? I don't think we're there yet. Somebody eek? Too many eek? I think the ad break is over. Yeah. Well, I think it's raining now. Oh my god. Let me think here. If we have some coordinates and we do some coordinate transforms, some delicious coordinate transforms, and our target happens to be something that's moving, which we don't have any system in place that allows me to target other thing. That's sort of problematic. That's sort of problematic. That's kind of, It's kind of, Oh dear. My phone is buzzing. Wait, what? What? It's a dust storm. Those with respiratory issues are urged to take precautions. I... What? I don't think I've seen dust storm warning before. That's new. I didn't know they sent alerts for those. It's kind of eek. I don't know what to think about that. I don't know what to think about any of that. Nope, not at all. Are there any more to-dos in here that I didn't quite finish? What do we do? Compass? Compass. Color mix. Color mix is kind of complex from a thing. My overlay is a dust storm. Oh no. Oh no. Compass. Compass is sort of something that we get from the... What's it called? What's it called? The... RGB? RGBA? HSBVLFV? Why are we talking about colors? It is not. There's nothing to do with color mix. Color mix is supposed to tell your ship to change colors according to, like, the environment it's in. This was sort of an effect that I built once upon a time. So, like, if it flies over pixels in the shared memory area, it changes color to match the corresponding pixel. And I did some, like, shader prototyping for that. And it kind of worked. But, like, I didn't actually implement the configurability option for it because it's also something that I wouldn't expect most people to use at all yet. The WRGB. The WRGB. Two. That's so many bits, but also not enough bits. What is this? 222. 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 bits. They're trying to fit color value into 8 bits. I know how to color format. One does not need to spell this out. I mean, hell, I put color formats in my, what's it called? In the spec. What do we use? It's like RGB 565 or something. Where's it BGR? I don't remember. This one. 565. White. Not white enough. Yeah, I kind of want to implement the compass. The compass is another one of those things that I think required the arc tangent or something, or did we not calculate this? I mean, we sort of have, what's it called? Spin? It's not quite the same thing. But it also kind of is. Where are you at, flight? The absolute heading. Like, why was this never implemented? Like, we have spin. Spin is how we spin. But when it comes to ship flights, current compass, we want to point the, was it heading or something? Where is this? It's just like ship dot heading. Ship heading. We're gonna again. Ready for a sudden drop in visibility. I don't want to be visible, invisible dust. Flat, super complicated. It's not actually all that complicated. The universe of the spaceships is actually a flat surface. It is a flat surface, but it sort of like wraps around. It does sort of wrap around. I don't have to worry about that part yet. don't have to worry about that part yet. I don't have to breathe. I don't know. Sometimes I think I might have to breathe. Anyways, what do we multiply this? We want this. We want to do rounds, clamp. I-16, U-16. Although technically, I don't know that I need to clamp the value, actually. Like with the headings, because these wrap. I could probably turn them into what? I-32? Maybe? And then we want to, what's it called? Anthem. So by this silly number. Distance to the target. I suppose maybe I should consider the edge crossings. It is kind of sort of the thing that like the navigation module would probably benefit from, but like if you are navigating a direction, I almost would want it to be a little bit sticky. A little bit, A little bit, Now it's like sunny outside. I don't know. I don't know what is going on out there. Presumably dust of some kind. I don't know why there's dust. Why would there be dust? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we got points. So this would technically be in point selection. Selection of the points. Mm, the point should be selecting relative to the the what's it called? Relative to the what's it called? The wrapped screen space. What's it called? It should be connected to the what's it called and the thingamajiggy. Let's use 61. Unused variable. Yeah, that's kind of unused. What is error here? Oh, we didn't finish this stupid line? Yeah, about the silly line here, what are you? I like all this stuff. All this stuff. Peak variable naming. Not quite radians anymore. I have some moments, this is for sure. It's Rust, but every time you get unused variable, you get tasered. Stop leaving variables all over the place, you messy programmer. Maybe I wouldn't leave them all over the place if you were so... So annoying about having to make everything consistent. Every single thing consistent. Okay, we gotta check the compass, I think. We could put that check in, I guess, the flight? Or no, in the nav test? What are you heading to is basically also the compass reading. Let's see, I think we want to do this while the ship is spinning. And then... Are you ship flight? I don't know why I put it in flight, but we did. You'd think I'd put, like, oh, I don't know, your position and stuff in the navigation module, but no, we put it in flight module. I don't know why we're treating these as signs. They don't need to be signed. When I say this matches up with absolute heading 2. Yeah. Bonus feature? Question mark? Now it's sunny again. Ay, ay, ay. Kind of makes me wonder if the haze was the clouds or if it was the dust thing. Or if there's still the dust thing out there somewhere. I don't even know. So yeah, what is that? That's dust thing. That's what I call it. Phones are complaining about it. They're like, don't die, don't crash your vehicles because dust storm. I'm like, I'm neither driving a vehicle nor outside. So I'm fine. Really. Probably. Sort of, probably. A massive ads post. Because change in chat identity. That's what you get for not subscribing or apparently theoretically following the Mesaka. Very E. Very E. Theoretically. Theoretically. Obligatory. Mesaka stare. Why would you do this? Oh, the Mesaka of judgment. Tell us the wisdom. Remember. Remember. The common hairbrush also makes an excellent back scratcher. Also, there's like the L colon Q stream sitting on right now. If you wanna watch all the streams simultaneously, all of them. The clonk is very chatty, very extremely. Very, very extremely. Hi, hello, yes, hi, yes, we're, very, you have a stream attention limit of 1.5? What is half of a stream? What might be half of a stream? Probably nothing good. What if we have... What if we have... What if we have the menu? And we just make the green circle and some super idle. Maybe? Maybe. I don't know if that actually works or not, though. No clue. No clue. Or what if? A successful Vim macro. Very highly important. Just gotta pursue the idle dream, clearly. Very high. Gotta catch Mesaka on the clonk stream occasionally. I don't know. I've been caught. I'm not doing anything really. Really. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. I didn't put my little icon in the hair. Totally not. I didn't make the hair green. Totally not. Definitely not. I'm messing with the menu. It's just me messing with the menu. Yeah. The tasty menu. It's so tasty. It's so tasty. The key difference here is that Clonk is working with like an actual real world architecture, and we're working with some sort of fake made up architecture, which is, you know, kind of a thing, sort of, kind of, probably. This is sort of the way. Very eek. You know, there's one other thing that I could potentially do here, which is we could make the modules lazy. We could make them very incredibly lazy. Because you see, there's like, in a good way, there's a bunch of values inside the what's it called? The module, the nav module, and like, consider for a second if you want to grab the absolute heading towards another target. But let's say that you are writing a very typical program that doesn't care about the nav module in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. So, unless you're reading from the nav module memory, it doesn't need to recalculate all the values over and over and over again constantly. Because that would be kind of ridiculous. It would be kind of sort of ridiculous. I don't know if I would say RAII. It's more like if you read from one of the registers, it should lazily update such that it has enough information inside of it to complete the request. But we don't just go around what's it called? Calculating like 3 different arctangents every single frame. And then, no, we're not even going to use them for anything. Well, that would be kind of yikes. Reticulating splines. We are reticulating splines. Everyone wants to reticulate splines, right? The nav module knows where you are because it knows where everyone else isn't. Problem is, though, it doesn't know where everyone else isn't. It doesn't know where anything about anyone else at all whatsoever. And that's sort of like one of the key features that I wanted to make it support. Recursive catastrophe. Meow. Very on them. Too many on them. So. I guess I'm sort of stuck here, kind of, sort of. Almost. Because I'm like, I implemented all the things. Except for, like, target selection. And target selection is like an entire can of worms that I just don't feel like opening right quite yet. Because in order to do target selection, we need, well, technically we need the scanning module to be implemented. Kind of need some of that. We kind of need scanning functions. Start a new project? Well, no. If anything, it means I need to go back to implementing the what's it called? the what's it called? There were a couple of instructions that were sitting here in the to-do list for divide. Divide and conquer. Divide is an obnoxious instruction to implement them. Kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of, probably. Let's delete this mute. There's so many warnings. There's always so many warnings. Always just leave them everywhere. What are you complaining about? VM is never read. Is it supposed to be? The Clippy. I don't know. I don't know how we invoke that. I can't imagine anything good. Term. Let's use this one. I generated 22 warnings. A useless conversion to the same type. Really? Arc vector U8. I think it was a different type at one time. What are you? Redundant pattern matching. This will change the drop order of the result. I gotta go over here. You. WaveNet 689. Guess you could do that, maybe. What are you, 6, a 1, 3? That's close enough. This is the same thing from earlier? Oh, what's this nonsense? I'm using a match for destructuring a single pattern. On 5, 9, 3. WaveNet is such a mess. I think this is one of those cases where we were planning on adding more tokens, but we didn't. I don't know if I want to change that one. That makes the code harder to maintain. Should I ever really want to add more? Was it inbound instructions? But that's, I don't know. I think that's pre-authentication. Maybe that one is actually fine. Wait, do I need an else? I don't think we need an else. A single match? Alright, what are you complaining about here? Oh, one of those is error things. What are we doing here? Some okay is redundant. Kinda, sorta. I like being redundant, though. Right? I love being redundant. Wait, are you another one of these? I am so redundant. The sum feels more comfy. It gives me the warm fuzzies. Wait, where are you? 485. There's another one in here. So there's another one on 380. Some patterns, I guess, we just love the patterns. Despite the fact that down here I have like an if let, which is something, and we have like an is okay. And like I don't even know what I'm thinking. Redundant. Redundant closure? Is it though? Is it though? I like my little closure. My little closure is comfy. Use patterns. Use all the patterns except when you jump. Call OK expect on a result. You can call expect directly on the result. but my OKs. I need my OKs. Maybe 325. Little something error. Discarding errors again. Using is empty is clearer than length equals 0. I don't know. I get the feeling that like you're lying to me. Nobody needs to know if it's empty. If it's 0, then it's empty, right? 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 Redundant pattern. Is some. Then I wouldn't need like the reference there, would I? No, probably not. Oh boy, what is this? Called map on an option where the F is a closure that returns the unit type. I think this is more of the case of like I don't even know what kind of kind of function I would call to make it go. Try some if let. What if I don't want to if let? What if I want to make it go all... What's it called? Functional. It's not quite. It's not quite the same. What do you if let some? I feel like this is longer. There's like giant pile of parameters. That's a little bit, I don't know. I don't know about that one, but maybe I'll leave it. Try. I don't know if there's any reason not to. In this case, like these are all very simple things, kind of. What are you? Function has too many arguments. I don't care. Text is never constructed. I don't care. Load string is never constructed. I don't think I care about that one. What are we? Wave? To 151. It's one of these okays again. What are you? Length equals 0. My favorite. Run all not equal false. Run all not equal false? Or equals false? Instead of not run all? Meh. If let some, okay. Love this pattern. Apparently. Apparently, clearly. Unneeded unit type. Are we in wave net again? Wait, did this line move? Oh, this one. You didn't need that return parameter anyway. Clearly not. Are you? Excessive precision on my floats? It's got some of that excessive floating point precision. I don't care. Contains key. Followed up by insert. What are you? Entry? Or insert with? That is definitely a pattern. I don't know if it's a pattern I'm familiar with, but like, in-place manipulation. And modify. Or insert. Or insert with. I don't think I have ever heard of that. Something about illusion of lifetimes. Yeah, I don't know if we need to, I had those in there before, and I think I don't know if we need that. Wait, why would find user create the user? Why would this function even exist? Why did I write this function? I think I wrote this with some different plan in mind. I think we're just gonna delete this. I think we're just gonna delete all that. Yep. Nope. Bye bye. Goodbye, function. It's alright, function. Don't console the function. It's a function that doesn't do. It does not do. What are you? 708. Register index mutable. Into map. But you could be some if let some. The if let some. What would that be? If let some r equals. That's like longer. It's longer. About no. Five, 8, 1. L value. Register implements copy. I don't think it used to. I think it was not my attention. Where are you? If let some again. How about no? Or what the hell is going on here? Passing a unit value to a function? Oops. I don't see it. What are you? The okay? Some of that okay? Is it like that? Got a problem with my if let thing? More cloning of the registers. I know what if the registers were not copy? What if I made them not copy? Lighting lifetimes. About no. Casting to the same type as something else? Oh, this moved. Where did it go? Where you go? I don't even... Oh, something broke. I have to do star? Star the reference? Nope, I'm using my clone. I like it better. Late initialization in persist? I don't care about stuff in persist. Closure used to substitute value for option none? Do I even want to know what that's supposed to mean? It's very picky about the persisting thing. Of course, that all that was kind of a mess to begin with. From bytes as U64, but it is a U60. Okay, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I mean, it's just supposed to be consistent with the others. Got a problem with that. Apparently, it has a problem with that. Let's just get rid of those. An empty else. Don't like my silly empty else. Doesn't like my empty else. Just try K. How about no? Let's see, VM2 generated 30 warnings. Which is less. Wave 2 net generated 3. Dereferencing. Just dereference it. Just make it not copyable. We know you want to. Really? We insist? I don't want to delete all those lifetimes. I don't want to add them back if I end up needing them. Closure substitute for option none. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to try fixing things anymore. Fixing air quotes. I'm gonna drink more water apparently. Let's fix some stuff. Do I want auto fixes? Probably not, because you know what that's gonna do? That's gonna delete a bunch of the stupid lifetimes that like I probably want to use at some point. Like I need those. Why are there so many hydrate redeems? What have I been doing? Ay, yeah. Just complete and total yeah. Gonna overhydrate me. Get too much hydration. Then I will explode. Run. Why is this one called Run and then the outer one is called Tick? Like, yeah. A match. One needs some of that match. Sleep 4. Of the deferred sleep 4? So what I'm thinking here is division. We make another deferred operation, which is just a result. A deferred result. Why don't we make division do that? So. What are you, R-Val? Right back. Yeah, we'll do that. So what are you? Some index. Some index. So what do we want? We want divide. Does it replace, I guess it's R val? Oh yeah. And then we want some kind of division. I don't think there's like div mod. Like both of them? Hmm. I don't know if there's anything in there. We want the checked integer division. The checked integer division. Overflowing div. Tuple of the divisor along with a bool indicating whether the arithmetic overflow would occur. This is like one of those weird things that you don't normally think about. So, like, if you have the number 0x, what is it, 8000, and you make it like a U32? Something like that. And you divide this by 1, you get the same result. Which is, you know, whatever this is. But let's say it was like signed. If it's a signed number, you would get the same result. Oh, yeah. Mm-mm. But if you divide this by like -1, you would get negative this number. But if you take this number in like 32-bit 2's complement, the negative of this number is the same as the positive version of the number. And like, if this happens, like certain CPUs will actually throw exceptions because your number got too big for the division to be signed. Obviously, this only applies to signed division. This is one of those things where if you implement signed division the wrong way, you happen to get one of these silly kind of inputs that results in this particular condition, you can actually crash certain software. Because if you don't check for it, I think on x86 it's just straight up an error that will like stop the CPU, kind of like division by 0. People check for division by 0. But people forget to check for division by like the signed integer min type. Yeah. Yeah. And it only happens in this particular case where you have divide by -1. Anything else, then the number ends up being smaller and it's all fine. It's fine, really. I'm sleeping. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm sleeping. Clearly. Clearly. We're maximum sleeping. Tilt. No tilt. Just some occasional yawn. I love just throwing comments in my coat. Imagine if I left them there. Anyways, we want to divide the what's it called? Checked div. And then we got what's it called? The X, the Y. And then we don't need this because that's part of silly multiply operation. And then this thing should return, what are you, option? A very option. Yeah, technically. I don't think I need to expand them. Oh, we gotta expand them. We gotta catch the not so value. What are you? Or else? Unwrap or? I think it's something like that. I gotta unwrap or wrap or wrap. Yeah, imagine unwrap or wrap. Can't have that. This is why we can't have nice things. Let's see. I think we gotta find, where is it? Where's that deferred thing? Because we got the L val. That also has to go back into a register when it's being done being used. Because division does that. Wait, right back to? A 2? So we got right back to, we got index L and index R. So we want L, and then we want the L index. And we're gonna make this one right back R, because R is the default one. I don't know why I call it L. I think we error. Let's see, you have to be none. Are you Quo? And then we want remain. Some of that remain. Hello again. To the comrade of the soul. Let's see, what is it? I think we want I think we want the L value. Alright, so R value, you're gonna get Quo. And then L value, you're gonna get Remain. And then how did I set up deferred operations? Sleep for some delay, set some deferred op. The delay, divide delay is gonna be, I think, 18. And then we need the index. Whatever the index is. L, source. Destination. I think. And then we don't have the divide. Because we didn't define divide in my big table of opcodes. Right, for the reciprocal divide, we don't need two of these. We just need the one. But the operation is a little different. Maybe it's a lot bit different. Because what are we dividing here? We're dividing one U32 by this other number cast into a U32. And then we want to cast all those back into U16 when we're done. That's kind of eek. Alright, and then we need to define words. Words. Oh, the words. We gotta put the text. The debug text. And then where else do we need to go? We're gonna decode these silly things. Like so. Oh, there's still error. What are you? There you. Okay, that was a bit of an oomph. A little bit of an oof. Well, it doesn't explode. Doesn't explode. I got something going for me. Yeah. Very so many Let me implement this correctly. Source gets loaded into L value. So we're gonna flip those. We gotta flip. Flip is good. Yep. Wakey wakey. Hand off, explodey snakey. Occasional breaks. Yeah, it's been a while. No cat today. The cat doesn't always visit me. I think the cat tried to jump on me earlier. A little bit. But didn't really stick around. Pick a Linux distro. Figure out how to migrate to it. But you don't want to use the latest and the greatest Windows? I know I certainly don't. Alright, where are the modules at? Where's that thing? Decode IO. I got the constant store. Did I implement you? Yeah, read bank and write bank. So no, we didn't even implement the constant store, and that should be like one of the easier modules to do. User context. The user context. What do we want here? We want the thread status. And then, what do we want? We got running, read. You can set the bit to start thread. Or can we? And then, what do we got? We got thread exception something or other. What are you? User context. Not the user context. The user context doesn't contain what's it called? The thread? Okay, you. Do you write IO? Yeah, the proc. I don't think context contains the proc. I could be wrong about that though. You can take user. Yeah, ship login. And we got user context. Yeah. We got VM. A somewhat. Called from up here. For me to run. Run gets called from up here. Or we have user. You gotta love the mutable. The mutable thread pointer thing. Let's get a reference to the user process. Yes, clearly. Clearly. Hmm. I guess we could sort of technically change the API for this a little bit. Kind of, sort of, always has been a little bit. Maybe kind of, sort of. A slightly expensive service, but less internet connected than it used to be. What are we gonna give this thing here? I think we're just gonna give it the pointer. I think we're gonna give it pointer mutable. The a VM user. Like, yeah, and then we're gonna just, I don't know, send that places. So yeah, reads and writes to memory. You can just have a user. Let's say user star. I gotta read. That's right there is pretty constantly eek. So what we got? We got read IO. Read bank. Wait, we don't give this thing like the VM or the user? We need those. No, actually, I don't know if we need them or not, but like, they're important. Alright, access privilege. No, I think you're supposed to be what? Simulation VM. Simulation VM. And we got user. This is what? Pointer mutable VM user. Something a little bit like that. Just dump all the context into the thing. All of it. Wait, do we also lose? Do we lose the context if we go here? And we got a thing. I think we should have like what? User? And then self? VM user context. Although technically we could get that out of the user pointer potentially. If I need to. Error. Something something mutable borrows. Something something mutable borrows. Well, I don't know. It's maybe not mutable borrow. The thing, yeah. Let's just skip the context. You want the context, you can get it out of the pointer. Which I will. I will be taking it out of the context. Take my context out of context. Read. Bank. We also need to do right bank. Method takes 4 arguments. You didn't give me all the arguments. Well, we need to give this a user. A user proc. You have what? 3 parameters. Okay, we fixed you. Kind of. Takes 4 arguments, but 3 were given. Kind of lives. It's covered in unintentional, you're missing all the things kind of deal. Wait, do I care about the simulation VM? I don't know if I do. A user though, yeah, we sort of do. Flight module though, you don't need to know about the user. You don't need to know about VM. Flight module doesn't need to know about any of that. Nav module doesn't need any of that. Or does it? Not the morale. And then... And then... Alright, this is a little bit less ridiculously messy. A little bit less messy. It's a pretty vicious looking program there. It's got stuff going on inside of it. It's maybe got stuff. Right. Yeah. Gotta crash your VM. Did it crash it though? I don't think it crashed it anything. I think it's fine. Maybe. Probably. I don't know. What's this thing doing? Running? Supposedly? Running, supposedly? I don't know what it's running. I don't know what it could be running. What is RI pointed at? And that 1,000 something. It's doing something. I don't know what though. That's the kind of stuff that I'm like not too keen on debugging because I don't know. I've never tried writing stuff into the shared memory much. It might be doing something. As for what? Nobody knows. Where's my trusty map of memory? Need a pattern. Delicious pattern. Until it doesn't. Until it doesn't. Well, I don't know. If you start poking the VM in unusual ways, then it potentially changes in some fashion. It did something. It definitely does something. And then it stops doing something. I'm not running into anything. Gotta behave properly? Proper, improper memory? I don't know. Do I want to try and debug it? Do I want to stare at it? Stare into the assembly void? And then let the assembly void stare back? You don't use the what's it called? The dot product thing, do we? I don't think that would do it. I don't think that would do that. Some of that assembly. The void. The void cannot simply be assembled. Void is not simply assemble. The void. I mean, it certainly does something. I don't know if I fixed something that like hasn't been given any effect yet or some such. I don't know. We changed a lot of things. Empty. The great emptiness. Wait, do you connect something? A little something, something. I don't know if that's supposed to be like that. Can you like reload? I restarted the virtual machine with some of the changes that I've been like working on. I think one of the program went a little bit programmy. I don't know how though. Math is fun. I don't know. I don't know. It's certainly colorful, that's for sure. There's also like the remote possibility of like, I don't know, encountering like a not so clean state. I don't know if that would be the case or not. High something. What's the something space? In the memory. Go be putting stuff in the memory. I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's. I almost wonder if it's like an overlay synchronization thing. Because it could be that it's not even virtual machine related. It could be like the encoder of the image data, which is something that I did change. Oh, this can't be easy to test though, can it? Very so much I don't know if I have any like test cases for that or not. Don't know if I have any programs that do this. So many things in here. But not quite enough of the stuff that I really exactly sort of need. What do I want? I'm gonna step into read IO. Read bank. What the eek? Anyways, what was I doing? Yes, I was setting red statuses or something. Red context. Red context. I think the idea behind thread context was that we would pass that into one of these functions or another. Make the threads respond to that in some way. It might just be easier with a bunch of pointers and be like, yep. We're just gonna point at stuff. Just point at all the stuff. Cause what are we setting here? We want, I don't know, unsafe? Unsafety? The unsafety of my thing here? What do we want? I want to dereference the user pointer. Probably. And then we want one of these threads. We want to set the exception address to a value. Sort of eek. It's kind of sort of eek. Yeah, clearly. Uh-huh. Let's see, what would be the other one? Like, how would I start a thread? Maybe this is what we have VM for. Agent reset? Agent run. So we want to take VM processes and we want to push the user address or something into there. Yeah, something like that. Can we module here? Can we make this like mutable? A mutable VM? That's what we want. We want the process. If not contains. Very So we could take this maybe. Be like proc. I don't have like the arrow to do it. No. You do not have an arrow. If you want your pointers dereferenced, you have to do it yourself. You want to use VM. And get some of that VM. Wait, you need to be mutable. You gotta be mutable all over the place. Oh, why did we go in there? Oh, yeah. too many. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, what do we want? We want value and 1 to not be 0. I didn't do it, really. It's not my fault. Maybe it is my fault for going 11 hours and a half. Yep, clearly we're having a good time. Right, put the unsafe out here. One loves unsafety, right? What else do I need here? TRI and TCI are read-only. Do I need to mess with those? I don't know if I need to mess with those or not. Hmm. Yeah, this might have been like a thread oversight. Or, not what's it called? A design oversight. So I'm like, how do you initialize the other processor thread? You can't change its values. And I'm like, you can't? You kind of almost can't in a way. Yeah, so what do we want? We want the constants. T control. I don't know if I want to make it do that. I'm probably going to have to like redesign the spec for the control area a little bit. Because now that I'm actually sort of like implementing part of this, I'm like, that's not going to work. I don't think that's going to work. sort of think like the thread control area. Should probably be specific to I don't know, a very specific thread. A very, very specific thread. So yeah, I don't know about that one. I might have to think part of that through a little more. And that can wait till next time because I think we need to end. It's only been like, I don't know, nigh on an eternity. Like for real? I don't know. I've been having a way too good of a time with this thing. Big huge stream. Too much huge stream, obviously. Maybe that's not obvious. It's a big stream though. Yeah. More program. I don't know if it does anything. Or maybe it does something. Something is zipping around. I don't know if that's supposed to be like that. I don't know what the hell happened there. I don't know, it's kind of like the Misaka ship, maybe? It's like... Maybe? Right? If I ident you? Yeah, you're the Misaka ship. Why are you doing that? Yeah, I think this might have something to do with, like, memory synchronization. I don't think it's the public memory quite so much. I think it's how we encode this into blocks. Cause keep in mind, the memory synchronization thing has to be that's network based. I don't have the luxury of just reading the memory. We have to send everything over a network and then hope it comes out in one piece on the other side. So yeah, it's not doing that. I think. I don't know. Something to investigate for the next stream, I guess. Until then, a bye-bye for now. Take care. Farewell. And I think on the way out, we will probably... Oh, we gotta do that. We gotta... You know what we gotta do? We gotta raid the L:(Q). This is like a must. An absolute must. Clearly. And then, yeah. I have no idea what I did to the synchronization stuff. We did rewrite all of that, and it's very prone to being completely borked. So... whoosh. So much whoosh. Do I have any other random thoughts? No, I don't. No, I don't think we do. Bye. And then we yeet the stream.